Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the Planning Commission, December 12th, 2018. And Nina, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Lambert?
Here.
Commissioner Landris?
Here.
Commissioner McKinnon?
Present.
Chair Fonda Bernardi?
Here. Okay, Planning Director's report.
Good evening, Commission. So as a special treat for Commissioner Fresco, we have a slide we're going to put up. The Nina slide.
I'm just going to take a picture of it.
Nina. Wow, how cool is that?
Wow, we.
Now we don't have to write.
So now I'll read from the slide. Coming up at your next meeting, which is January 9th. Actually, before I get to that, so as you know, Jing will be out on maternity leave sometime in January. Hopefully she'll be here for the first meeting in January. But we have made arrangements to cover her while she's gone, and Roxanne Tanamori will be stepping in as acting planning manager. So we will be in good hands, and Jing will be able to have a relaxed full time off. And then we'll be doing some moving things around, moving people around to kind of backfill behind Roxanne. But I think we'll be in good shape.
Well, on behalf of the Commission, can I congratulate you, Jing,
Absolutely.
for bringing another little planner into the world? I'm sure you'll be reading the zoning code to them on the first or second day.
Right.
But thank you for everything
it
you've
to
done,
sleep.
and you have a lovely time off.
Yeah,
It's a lullaby.
yeah, that 9-month head start.
Alrighty, so looking at January 9th, which will be our next meeting, we have a consent item at 1251 3rd Street Promenade, alcohol CUP. And this is for a Mexican restaurant called Casa Martin. It's a coincidence. I guess Casa Martin. And then a discussion item, an update on the Pico Wellbeing Project, and follow-up discussion of the November 14th Pico zoning workshop that you all attended. Then on January 16th, consent item 3001 Santa Monica Boulevard, another alcohol CUP. And then the track maps for 2225 Broadway and 1450 Cloverfield, which are mixed-use housing projects that you guys approved a few months ago. Then upcoming for City Council, December 18th. Next week we have a study on corporate housing. And then January 8th is the extension of the demo IZO and also the Promenade Fast Food IZO. So those will both be extended. We're going to talk a little bit about this tonight, but we have the Promenade 3.0 Public Space, Public Life Survey, December 13th and 15th. And again, we're here, the team is here to go over that with the Commission. And then also starting the beginning of next year, the multi-factor authentication, excuse me.
That word.
So a new technical support for the way you access your emails. So you will need to log in, and you'll get instructions on how this will all work, but there'll be a code for you to access your city emails, and we'll explain that process to you.
It's going to be even harder?
Well, we hope it's easier, but it is a new process, and we'll go over
So
that.
will that be emailed to us? Is that, or is there a class? What's the?
But you won't be able to get it.
So this was introduced as part of the ethics training. So in case you didn't get that introduction, you will potentially suddenly have this kind of dropped on you. Corey Newlander, so we put her email up on the screen here. She is going to be your geek squad, so to speak, for technical support on anything to do with your email, accessing your email. I'm told also that the functionality of being able to forward your city email to a personal email will also be turned off. This is all part of a broader cybersecurity effort the city is undertaking. So we just wanted to make sure that you had the contact information of a person who can assist you.
Could I just let you know,
Those
you may never
questions.
have an email from me again under those circumstances. Seriously, it's almost impossible to log on. It's hard to operate, and it's the clunkiest system of all the emails that I operate. So I don't find it easy at all.
And without forwarding, how will we ever know there's an email on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I guess all I would say is I hope that the commission will provide your comments back to us so we can convey that to the ISD department. And obviously we want to have a system that works for everybody. So if you're having problems with a new system, please let us know the details.
Please tell them I already have a problem with it not forwarding.
Okay. We will convey that.
I would say, having been on the Social Services Commission when the transition to city emails took place, and we were the guinea pigs, as I later learned, and it was an extremely painful process. I have had the opportunity to work with Corey briefly, and she's been terrific. I can't imagine anything being as painful as what we went through about 18 months ago. If it's worse, then, we'll all follow Richard.
Right.
But yeah, I would say that I appreciate the notice, and I assume that it will work like other multi-factor authentication protocols, which generally mean that it's pretty seamless, except for once a month. It just wants to make sure that we are who we are. I have it on my phone, so. Okay, good.
Okay. Any other questions for the
Yes,
Director of
I
Planning?
have a couple. So, Mr. Martin, this is the time of the year when we have our annual update on the bike plan, now the bike and mobility plan. Last year it got pushed into, I don't know, February maybe. So when can we expect that? What date?
So I talked to Francie this afternoon, and we're looking at March 20th. I think what would be helpful is for the commission, maybe under future agenda items, to kind of go around the dais and let us know what you want to have included in that update. I think we have a general idea of what you're looking for, Richard, but we'd like to hear from other commissioners, and then have direction from the full commission to bring the item back in March.
So I also have another question, but it's a long preamble, City Attorney, so just give me some time. So on the weekend, as one of about 6 functions, I attended the 75th birthday celebrations of Mr. Jerry Rubin, who's with us this evening. And I'd just like to say on behalf of the Commission, congratulations, Jerry. You've probably addressed more planning commissions and city councils than all of us put together. It is remarkable you can maintain that tan and those shorts and T-shirt even through the middle of winter. It turns out the driving force is his long-suffering wife, Melissa, who's incredibly charming. But, Jerry, the longer that I've been on this commission, I'd have to say the more often I actually agree with you, which is kind of disturbing, but good in a way. And I think the nicest thing that you bring to it is this sense that we live in a really wonderful place, and if we could just work together somehow and bring some cohesion to it, it would be an even better place. And I would like to say thank you on behalf of this commission for all the times that you've turned up here. And, it's been difficult. You've told me I'm wrong a few times, and I haven't enjoyed that, but generally wonderful. So thank you very much. That's the first two. I'm good.
Okay. Any questions? Okay.
Just, I noticed we didn't hear about 401 Montana and 2002 21st Street on January 16th.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So yeah, those are hearing items. So 401 Montana is the proposed garden for school children. So that's finally coming to you, which is a great project. And then so 21st Street, that's 21st in Virginia. That's a condo that's been around for a long time. It's a track map from 10 years ago or so.
yeah.
06. So it
12 years ago.
Yeah. It was presented to the commission a few years ago.
3 years ago.
They did some work, and then now they're back.
That was pretty controversial at that
Yeah.
exact moment, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Yes, it was.
I think it was 4 years ago.
Was it? Okay. Sounds right.
There was a community outcry. Is that on the same night as the Pico Wellbeing thing? No.
Okay. We're on to statements of official action, and we have one item on the consent calendar, which is 2016 and 234 Pico Boulevard.
I move the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
We also wanted to note that there was a revised version of the
Yeah,
STOA
I
that was
move the
distributed.
revised version.
I'll second it, but could we have a brief update on what the revisions generally cover?
There was a, in reviewing the tape, it was a condition number, sorry, let me just, the one about corporate housing. So there is a slight revision there, condition number, did I hear 10? No. Sorry, yeah, page 10, condition number 4. So the change there was the striking of or successor thereto. So it was the current definition of corporate housing or lodging as currently defined. So that was what the applicant had agreed to and what the commission motion included. So we made that correction.
Oh, I thought they had agreed to or successor there too.
Yeah, I thought we always did that.
I thought they had, as the condition, I believe
Yeah.
we had agreed to or successor there too, in the condition.
Yeah, it was actually something the applicant had raised, and so we went back, our staff went back to check the tape of the discussion and what was included. We're happy to do that again, and bring
We've
this
always
back at the
included
next
that
meeting.
language in
Yeah.
the corporate housing stuff.
It was in a prior STOA, but in this situation, it seems that the action was to not
It
include
was
that.
kind of meaningless.
So I'll withdraw my second because that's, yeah. We absolutely have to have the successor there too.
We will double check the tape again, and we can bring that back at our next meeting.
Well, wait a minute. May I speak?
Sure.
If it references the section and that section is changed in the future, oh, so it's grandfathered into this section as it's written now? Oh, dear. Because it's meaningless the way it's written now.
Sorry, I had the wrong screen up. It took me a moment to get to my microphone. So generally, if the law does change and the council does adopt a law that applies to all projects, it will apply to this project regardless of what that condition says.
Is your second back? No.
So let's clarify. So it's not grandfathered under the current language if that section is changed in the future. The new section will apply to this project and everything else in Santa Monica. Because there seems to be some.
Basically, if there are new regulations that are passed in terms of like what is corporate housing or what if maybe more appropriately, what is illegal activity in the city, based on a certain definition, that will always apply
No matter what.
citywide, regardless of it. This doesn't lock it in. This is simply a statement of compliance with, obviously, this is currently, but, I think we anticipate in the future that there probably will be some changes or clarification of that. I don't think that would be unreasonable, and that would apply broadly to anything, that
So the
is
critical
going on.
question is whether this would be the section where the changes are made.
It doesn't override what the future law would be, again, if that
Okay.
was established
All right.
as.
And it would follow both the word corporate housing. So if corporate housing were redefined in a particular way, but still regulated, or if the
Right.
section number changed. So if it suddenly
It
appeared
may not
in-
even be called corporate housing. It might
Right.
be called something else, and so really it's how a project is operated in the future vis-a-vis, what the law is in place. I mean, if something is, defined as not illegal activity, that would obviously still override.
Also, remember, in the project description, it also
Yeah.
says that it has to be their permanent residence and describes it in its own words as well.
Right. I'm concerned because we've seen things happening. We don't need to open up a whole conversation. There will be a whole conversation next week at council. What was the reason for the removal? I mean, obviously, if it doesn't matter, then it shouldn't matter if it stays in. I had thought that they had agreed to, because we pursued this, that this was including the successor there too, because it was the language we had discussed on multiple projects recently.
Yeah, we did go, we checked the video, and it, this is basically a statement of the commission's action, not a, what it might have been or could have been. So that's, we did look at the tape. If you'd like us to check again, we're happy to do that. But I think as we explained, this is, I believe the applicant was agreeing to something that they know of, at this moment in time. But as we're explaining, even if the law did change in the future, it would still apply broadly to, the operations of projects as they are.
I'll second it.
Okay, we've had a motion. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to have a roll call vote. Okay, do a voice. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was Pico Boulevard, and so now we're on to our discussion and study session on the Promenade 3.0, and we have a staff presentation.
For what Mike's on, for the Promenade 3.0 project. So we were here discussing this project when it was still in its infancy in June, as you'll recall. And so I'm here to give you an update on where we are in our process, and one of our consultants is going to give you a short presentation that just describes some of the methodology we're going to apply towards the project, and I'll cue you in as to where that fits. So you see Jing and David discussing this background image probably. It's a vintage postcard circa probably 1990 something that I managed to find. I'm starting to collect vintage postcards of the Promenade and even Santa Monica Mall, as it was once known, as you know. So if you find any, forward them to me, because they're interesting reference points. But to go back to past actions relative to Promenade 3.0 and the idea that after 30 years in its current format, it's time to revisit the Promenade's physical infrastructure and assess whether it's due for merely just a kind of refresher and kind of a polishing of the kind of current design, or whether it's due for something more substantive. And if so, what does that look like? So starting in the spring, downtown Santa Monica held 3 separate public workshops with experts in public space in the retail world that downtown Santa Monica brought in for an evening discussion about the promenade that they hosted on various spaces on the promenade itself. So you could see the 3 dates for that. And then based on interest from the Planning Commission, I think it was actually Commissioner McKenna attended one of them and thought it was a very good discussion that the full Planning Commission should hear. We came to you in June 6. You recall we walked the promenade, and then Kevin Kelly of the firm Shook Kelly specializes in kind of immersive experiential retail environments and branding, gave a very engaging presentation, and we had a very lengthy discussion about the future of the promenade. And if you don't recall, his presentation talked about the bonfire effect and had a lot of wonderful metaphors about what attracts people to public space and therefore to engage in consumer activities and kind of brand loyalties, not just to brands like Harley-Davidson, Whole Foods, or Apple, but also to places like downtown Santa Monica and 3rd Street. At that time, we were in the process of evaluating RFPs. That for a project the city at the time was calling a Promenade Needs Assessment. And then in late summer, we did interviews with consultants and ultimately selected a consultant through that interview process. On October 9th, the City Council approved a consultant team to take us through what's still officially called the Promenade Needs Assessment, but is more broadly the beginning of the Promenade 3.0 project. So that consultant team is led by Rios Clemente Hale Studios. They're the prime consultants doing the urban design and landscape architecture work. They're very well known here in Santa Monica. They're the landscape architects for the Euclid Mini Park. and are also landscape architects for the airport park expansion. And then more broadly across the region, one of their signature projects is the Grand Park, which is located in downtown LA between the Music Center and City Hall. But they've done quite a few public spaces throughout the region, throughout the country, and even around the world. So we're excited to have their talents come to Santa Monica and their thoughts about 3rd Street Promenade come to the table. They're backed up by 3 sub-consultants, 2 of whom, KPFF and Magic, are sort of our reality check, providing civil engineering and cost estimating services. Those particular scopes are actually relatively minor. It's not full-on civil engineering to figure out how to redo everything about the street, but really, just as I said, give a reality check to some of the design ideas that the Rios team will come up with. And then what was very compelling to us is that they also brought in GEL to do this public life, public space survey, and you'll see a presentation shortly about what GEL is all about and what their methodology is. But GEL is, and you'll see this more detail, they're based out of San Francisco, New York, but originated out of Copenhagen, doing some of these studies for the past 40 years, imagining the pedestrianization of Copenhagen, and have specialized in what they call the Public Life, Public Space Survey, which is a very methodological approach towards understanding how people use public space and what they're doing in public space, which begins to provide some metrics towards how we might think about the future of a place like the Promenade. Right now, what we have on the Promenade is we do have pedestrian counters at each block, so we know how many footfalls, how many pedestrians are traversing a particular block, but we don't really know much more about what people are doing. And so the Public Life, Public Space Survey, which will start tomorrow and then do again on Saturday, so 2 days with actual people on the ground surveying and observing what people are doing. So we'll know, are they just walking down the promenade as fast as they can? Are they lingering? Are they stopping and meeting people? Are they with children? Are they adults? Are they women? Are they sitting in benches? Are they sitting informally on the curbs? Are they interacting with the fountains? That level of granular detail is what this survey method is going to begin to reveal to us. And we think probably this survey that we're doing right now is really the first of what ought to be a number of surveys using the same methodology multiple times a year. Obviously, it's the holiday season, so the survey we're going to do is going to be skewed towards the holiday. I definitely expect that we'll see there's a big cluster of people at the far north end of the promenade because that's where the Christmas tree is. If we do the survey in March, probably not. So many people hanging out in that same spot. So we probably will need to do this survey multiple times to really understand the full story of what's happening on the promenade. But the schedule we've agreed to in this scope, and it's a relatively minor scope for the ambitions of the 3.0 project at this point in time. It's roughly a $300,000 scope, and the GEL survey is roughly $100,000. And actually, the Downtown Santa Monica Inc. is our financial and organizational partner in this. So Downtown Santa Monica Inc. is also contributing that $100,000 towards this public life survey. But this is the schedule we're looking at. As I said, we're actually going to put people on the ground tomorrow and Saturday to begin to survey for 12 hours each day. Tomorrow we'll be out there from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then Saturday we're actually going to start at 8 a.m. and go till 10 p.m. So we have a variety of volunteers, DTSM staff, and city staff that are going to be working in 4-hour shifts, different 4-hour shifts over those 2 days. So you're welcome to come out and talk with us and interact with us and volunteer. We'd always use some more help. So that's occurring, as I said, over the next couple of days. And then over the holidays and into January, we'll basically be compiling that data into a kind of searchable spreadsheet and a report that will give us an understanding of just what that baseline is on the promenade in terms of how people use it today. That'll be married with Rios and the civil engineering team also doing a physical assessment of the promenade as well. So we'll have both the social and the physical dimensions, and that'll be coming out in January, maybe early February as an existing conditions assessment. I think what's also going to come out in that time, as I've got listed there as alternatives and scenarios, is Well, let me back up. Under the existing conditions assessment, the other thing we're going to find, or as part of the scope, is to come up with a menu of ideas. So in June, the commission gave us a number of ideas about things we should think about for the promenade, different changes we should entertain. Since we started talking about Promenade 3.0, various people, city staff, people who have businesses or have interacted on the promenade are feeding us ideas. The GEL team, the Rios team will come up with their own ideas, and sort of we anticipate just basically putting all these ideas into kind of a bucket. That's kind of an a la carte menu of all the options we've heard of and talked about. And then in January, we'll be asking, not only presenting, here's the existing conditions assessment, but here's also all the ideas we've heard, and are there other ideas we should entertain? I think those ideas are probably going to sort of self-sort into different ways. So there might be small micro fixes versus big transformative tear the street apart changes and stuff in between, or things that could be done in a 6-month time frame versus a 12-month or a 36-month time frame. We'll see kind of how they sort of organize themselves. That will lead us to having a set of alternatives and scenarios that we can entertain, and the scope is to come up with 3. Those will be refined then down into a draft plan and then ultimately into a final plan that then by summer, according to the current schedule and strategy we have, would come back for various bodies to review. Obviously the City Council, the Downtown Santa Monica Board, and of course the Planning Commission would have an advisory role to the City Council in that regard. So what we have, what I've italicized then are these 4 points. The January, February dates might be consolidated into one report, but 4 different kinds of points where we will be having a kind of critical decision moment to be made. And so on your agenda is also the idea or the request that 2 members of the Planning Commission volunteer to serve on an advisory committee. And that advisory committee would be able to weigh in on these various moments where these deliverables are coming forward while they're still kind of in, let's call it an admin draft stage. Downtown Santa Monica Inc. has put forward 3 members to serve on this advisory board. We'll be in front of the Architectural Review Board on Monday asking them to do the same. And at this point, that's as far as we've gone in terms of putting together this advisory board. We may end up expanding it, particularly if there are members of the public who are really enthusiastic about this public space discussion that say we really want to be engaged in the promenade process. I will also say that we'll be giving regular updates to the Downtown Santa Monica Board and their district issue committees on a monthly basis. And we are remains to be seen exactly what the final draft plan and the scenarios end up looking and kind of what form they take, but there's likely to be some other sort of larger public event on the promenade itself for kind of larger public discussion in March and April to weigh in on those options as they come forward. So the request for the Planning Commission to put forward 2 members to participate in an advisory committee would be to look at these 3 to 4 different deliverables at the kind of key moments in the project history. And the idea is that those 2 members of the Planning Commission then could communicate to the full commission. When the full commission is asked in the summer to make a recommendation to the City Council, you could sort of reveal sort of the process by which the team at large sort of came to the conclusion that whatever final plan we come up with is kind of the best direction to go in. So that's the request. And so that's the full kind of update on Promenade 3.0 schedule. What I'd like to do is introduce Sophie Kvist from GEL, and she'll give you an overview of GEL's work, particularly as it relates to this public space, public life survey, and how it's going to sort of cue into the way we approach Promenade 3.0. After Sophie's presentation, I can come back up and answer any questions. Thank you. This one's you, right, Sophie? Is there a way? How do we do to view full screen? Not sure how to do that. No.
Oh, I don't know.
These are the people who are working on our email, aren't they?
Yes.
Say I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Always the highlight of a meeting, I think, the audio-visual segment.
Yeah, let's open this.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get an Adobe Reader. It's opening in Outlook for some reason. There ought to be an Adobe Reader here. There we go. We accept all these conditions. There we go.
Getting there. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Alan, and thank you, Commission, for your time tonight. We're very excited for this project here in Santa Monica. As Alan mentioned, I come from Gale Studio Practice in San Francisco, but we do have offices in New York as well, and in Copenhagen. That's our mothership, where I'm originally as well from. I've been with the firm for about 8 years. 2 years in the Bay so far. Let's see, how does this connect? Oh, I'm going to use this instead. So we've been applying these methodologies to cities across the globe. More than 300 cities are doing public life studies of different scales. We are about 80, not 70, actually 80 employees across the 3 offices that travel all over the world and teach people how to do this. Additionally, beyond doing the studies, the value that we bring to the table is to decipher the data and actually create stories out of the data that tell compelling stories about places and people that can inform decision making, both on strategic scale and design scale. We approach our work as social scientists and as designers, so we operate in the intersection here. But the baseline and the most important thing for us to understand in order to make good decisions on how to do good design is to understand how people act out in the public realm. So the study that we are going to be doing here with the volunteers and the city staff and the downtown Santa Monica staff is essentially going out and understanding how are people using the promenade today, as well as asking some questions about what they would like to be able to do on the promenade in the future that they feel that they are not able to today. So both establishing a baseline understanding and also getting some insights into what could become part of the design for the future of 3rd Street. The study methodologies go way back. So this is Jan Gehl. He's the founder of the company. He's 84 years old today, and he started this work back in '68. And essentially, the baseline is to understand what makes a good habitat for humans. Jan was an architect out of the modernist movement, and his wife was a social behavioral psychologist. And she was curious and asked him the question to why designers and architects don't care about people when they make decisions on how to design our cities. And that triggered this whole methodology behind our work to actually go out and understand what makes good habitat for humans. It's kind of ironic that we, to some extent, know more about other species and what makes a good habitat for them than we do about ourselves. So this is the background behind the studies. Observation is at the core of what we do, so it's not just about looking at an area and solving a problem through a design solution. It's about understanding what makes a good user experience at eye level. Oftentimes as designers, we tend to solve problems and then create a new one as we do that. But by inserting ourselves in the user mode and becoming part of that, we get a greater understanding of how we can actually provide something that will make a better experience. There's some things that we know that is basic to human behavior. Things like walking in the sun, in the shade when it's hot, that's pretty universal. Sitting in the sun when it's cold. Where I'm from, we sit in the sun when it's out, as much as we can, soak it all in. Having lived in the Bay for a while, I understand the quality and the value of shade. But essentially, beyond small cultural differences, climate differences, we all experience our public realm about the same way because we're all about the same scale. So the baseline for our studies is set in the human scale. It's about how we experience a space from our own bodies. The eye level is very important. This is what we see. Everything we experience is mostly in this level. That's why the first 2 floors of buildings are really important. The upper ones, not so much when it comes to design detailing. We walk about the same speed, so we experience a space through more or less 3 miles per hour. Hearing, smell, sight is universal, and we all have our differences, but the baseline is the same, and it's important to cater for that and also understand what provides a good space and repels in terms of our senses. So speaking about the rhythm and the human scale, this is a good example of that. We need about 1 stimuli per every 4 seconds to find a space interesting. These stimuli can be a lot of different things, but as an example here, this is a street in San Francisco that has a really appealing facade rhythm. When you're walking down the street, you see something new every 4 seconds. This one is a little different. It doesn't provide the same experience. That doesn't mean that this type of building does not have a space in our city, but it's something about being mindful where we provide the different experiences, and also just understanding what happens when we have a space like this. Well, people are going to walk a lot faster. We know that because there's nothing to look at. If there's nowhere to sit, people are not going to linger. We know that we're drawn to environments that makes us comfortable and provides a good experience, and 3rd Street already today is drawing a lot of people. It has a lot of qualities to it. But there's also ways where you could expand on a world-class retail street to become more than retail street and essentially provide a high-quality public downtown space beyond shopping. And good public space is good for business. So as Alan mentioned, having a good high-quality public space that invites a lot of people will most likely also invite more people to spend money in the shops. We have been advising cities for over 40 years on how to apply this methodology, starting with the city of Copenhagen and the downtown transformation of Copenhagen from a car-centric city to a people-first city, and for years being at the top of the list of livable cities in the world. We have been trusted advisors for the city of Melbourne through Rob Adams, the head of planning there for years, and been part of the downtown transformation from being a dead urban core to the most vibrant city core, especially having this really specific quality for Melbourne, that's all the laneways. Some of them are commercial, some of them are mostly art and Instagram moments, but regardless, they attract a lot of people and are actually one of the main attractions in Melbourne today. We worked with the New York DOT on transformations of Broadway and Times Square. Times Square essentially from being a road to becoming a square. And again, it's all about understanding how people use the space and then how can we cater better for that use and add to the experience. So just a small people data that made the big decision change here was we learned that 90% of the people that moved through Times Square were walking, and 10% were driving, but the space allocation was reverse. So the decision-making point was that was not democratic. So we want to cater for the users of the space, additionally also make it safer for everyone, and it actually improved travel time also for the drivers along Broadway. This is another example from Brighton in the UK, a retail street that was already quite popular but had some challenges in terms of shops closing as well. And before the remodeling of the street, they didn't cater much for anything but the shopping and cars driving through the space. It's still a driving street, but because of the number of pedestrians, very few cars actually venture, and you're only allowed to drive there if you have a purpose, going to one of the shops with goods or taxis and so forth. So here we saw a really high increase in people actually deciding to stay for longer, and it has revitalized the street completely. There's a theater on the street, and it's one of the most popular public spaces in downtown Brighton, besides the beach. Currently, we are working with the City of West Hollywood. I wanted to mention this as it's somewhat in your own backyard. This is a small remodel temporary project on Sunset Strip, creating a local meeting place and a safer walking environment for the residents. So again, some of the stuff we'll be doing here, the public life study, is behind the decisions for these actual installations that was made on Sunset. We found that there was only 5 public benches on 1.5 mile of street, and people wanted more places where they could sit down. So this parklet was a fundamental part of the temporary installations that we made, more than tripling the number of public seats on the street. So why do we collect this data? We collect data to inform decision-making on different scales, and the decision-making based in human stories. It can provide evidence and benchmark a progress. So doing a study now and essentially repeating that study when you do changes can tell you something about whether it has been successful or not. There's many different ways of collecting data, and it's not new for you as a city to collect data. You collect data on a lot of different other metrics that are important, such as understanding of street trees and safety in the city. The public life data will just add another layer to that data collection and provide some insights onto how all these different other things that you are measuring in the city actually cater for a quality public life experience or people experience in different locations in Santa Monica. So besides 3rd Street, this methodology can be adapted and used across other projects. So essentially there is a layer of a capacity building exercise in this. So training city staff and the downtown Santa Monica ambassadors in how to do this method basically means that it's something that can be repeated again, both on 3rd Street, but also in other public spaces across Santa Monica. We are using the Gale Public Life Data Protocol, which is a publicly accessible protocol. We currently have 3 main cities that are our trusted advisors for the Public Life Data Protocol: the city of San Francisco, the city of New York, and the city of Copenhagen. And Santa Monica will become part of that group of cities by embarking on this public life study. Jan always say that we measure what we care about, and that's why we have our focus on people. People is what matters, whether you drive, ride your bike, we are all people, and at some point we're all pedestrians. When we leave our cars, we all become pedestrians. So we look at what people do when they move around out in the street, and this is observational studies only. We look at what modes they choose. We look at age and gender of the people that are out there. This is what we'll be doing here in Santa Monica as well. And then we look at what people do when they stop and stay. And again, also who is there. And this can tell us something about whether a space is successful or not. We know, for instance, that a low number of female presenting versus male presenting can say something about the safety of a space. We know that low numbers of children can say something about the offerings, like lack of offering for play, etc. We know that low numbers of older adults can be related to things as lack of seating as we saw on Sunset Strip. And then we're also going to look at some things beyond what the eye can see. So the observational studies are the foundation for the public life studies, but we cannot understand everything about people's needs only by looking at them. So we'll be doing intercept surveys also when we are out there. And if any of you come by, feel free to grab an iPad and fill out a form. These questions both relate to sentiment, feelings about 3rd Street, sense of safety, but also to understand just generally numbers on the demographics, who is there, both in terms of incomes and also where people are coming from. So we'll be able to correlate all this different data and get a deeper understanding of, for instance, let's say a lot of tourists might say that they think 3rd Street is perfect as it is. We may hear from the locals that they would like to see more play space on 3rd Street or more interventions of the ones similar to the ones that the Downtown Santa Monica team is applying out there today, movie nights, etc. We'll also be looking at the quality of the public realm. This is one of the many tools we use to understand the public space. I'm not going to go into details of what that means, but essentially we overlay all these different data points to understand whether a space succeeds in inviting people to stay or not. We have had a call out for volunteers, and we are looking forward to survey with the volunteers out there tomorrow and on Saturday. We'll be here on Friday as well. This is the survey area that we'll be looking at. So beyond 3rd Street, we're also looking at the surroundings to understand where people come from when they arrive to 3rd Street. So essentially, I have not spent a lot of time on 3rd Street yet. I look forward to spend a lot of time out there over the next couple of days surveying with our volunteer group and really immersing. We're really going to immerse ourselves in understanding what 3rd Street is. But we also understand from the reputation that it already today is a world-class retail street, that as many other retail areas are seeing some challenges in terms of keeping the retail open because retail consumerism is changing. And it's important to look at what we can add to the experience of shopping that goes beyond just the retail to create a more broad and varied experience of 3rd Street that's currently already a fairly well-functioning public space. I think that's what I had. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm sure Sophie can answer any questions related to Gel's methodology, but I think from the city staff team on the interview process, what was very compelling about the Rios-Gel combination was we had a first-class designer and Rios, and while the Gel team is certainly a first-class design office as well, this internationally known metrics that they can bring to the table was very compelling to us. As Sophie said, we're obsessed with metrics and decision here in Santa Monica. And so particularly on 3rd Street, it seemed very important that we would have a very good understanding of what was happening on the street, because any project that might entertain redoing the street could be very expensive and very disruptive. And we thought we had to make sure we have as much information as possible so that we get that project right. This may be 3rd Street for the upcoming 30 years again. So we can't afford to just sort of run into it and say, well, we think changing out the trees would be nice, because we saw that somewhere else. But to really understand how people were using the street was very important. Also, as Sophie said, this methodology can be iterative. So we could come up with we'll have this information as a baseline. We could try something out as a temporary pilot project, measure again, see whether we're getting the results that we would hope to get, try adjust, measure again before we commit to a multi-million-dollar capital improvement project, if that is in fact the direction that Promenade 3.0 process leads us to. So with that, I think both Sophie and I would be happy to answer any questions that the Commission might have.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have questions both for you and for Sophie. the survey that you're taking is on the next 2 days, which is the lead up to the Christmas season.
Correct.
And we traditionally have a different group of people down there. Will you be able to do a repeat of the survey in late January or early February when an entirely different group of people will be on the street?
Yeah, it's a very good question. We definitely wanted to hit this moment in the holiday season so we can understand that dynamic. But as you know, 3rd Street doesn't exactly have a sort of steady state. When the summer comes around, it's really different kind of dynamic than it is in the winter. And then probably January is very different than October. So in an optimum world, I think we'd be wanting to do this survey multiple times a year and then sort of compile all those results together. So Sophie said what we're looking to get out of this is the basic methodology with Gail's help now to sort of launch this. And then if the initial results that we get in January prove to be very interesting and compelling, I think we'd be looking to partner with Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. to do the same survey, same methodology, again, over different times of year.
The political point behind that was that some years ago during the zoning update, we had a company do a parking survey in late August, and it was widely derided by many of the residents as being an inappropriate moment to do a parking survey, as the time when there were the least number of residents present. So if we want resident buy-in to any sort of change on the promenade, we have to at least acknowledge that. And so my second question is, okay, we're surveying the space between the buildings. That would be a familiar phrase to you, down there. The common complaint in Santa Monica is, oh, I no longer go to the promenade, it's so busy, or there's no one there, it's so busy, or whatever it is. Do we have the capacity to do some sort of survey other than the promenade to assess reasons of why people are not going who are resident in Santa Monica? Because if we just have a promenade that's aimed at people from out of the city, that ultimately is going to die. So you won't capture those people if you're just on the promenade.
Make sure I understand your question.
So the people who are not there, the residents in north of
them?
Montana or Sunset, and who claim that it's not for them anymore, how do we reach them?
Yeah, this survey that we're going to be doing, since it's going to be obviously people on the promenade and adjacent streets, isn't going to get at that
Sophie
question.
might have an idea.
Yeah, so that's definitely something we have to address, and we'll certainly welcome any ideas. I don't know if Sophie and our Downtown Santa Monica Inc. staff has any sort of thoughts about how to pursue that question. But I think part of our outreach process as we move forward in the spring will be pretty widespread in terms of trying to get attention of people who are not currently on the promenade but live in the city to sort of weigh in on what changes would you like to see to the promenade that would bring you back.
And we've had for 30 years a park once and walk strategy in the city and based around car parking around.
Right.
That seems to be breaking down. Will we capture what people would want in terms of mobility if they leave a car behind? Can the survey target how people will get to the promenade? So Copenhagen built its cycle mobility over 30 years by taking away a piece of parking every year and by building in the bike lanes and so on. But that requires some support from the residents. Are we able to look at what people say they would do if they didn't use a car?
So for this first public life survey, we're focusing on the promenade and the surrounding area, but we're also doing some intercept surveys in that area that could be administered online as well and sent out to a broader audience. I think that is a little bit what you're talking about. We're also going to be asking people on how some questions about how they arrived and that experience. So that could essentially give us some indications of your experience from your parking to the promenade.
But also why they chose to drive the car as opposed to ride a bike or walk. That's, I mean, we're trying to move away from having a car-centric city, but people keep saying we can't do that because the bike lanes are inadequate. There is no car, bus facility. So capturing that would give us some data points to do something about it. The final thing is, when Mr. Kelly was here, he was sounding an alarm that was like Paul Revere. It's time to saddle up and ride out because this is literally dying in front of our eyes and we need to change it. Would you be recommending let's do things and try them and then move on? So you'll be giving us a menu of things to do in the short term?
Yes, that was one of the appeals of bringing the GAL team in, was that they've made those kind of pop-up recommendations or temporary installations, prototype, if you will, a variety of other cities, San Francisco and Market Street, down 16th Street in Denver, and to the teams that I talked to that had really glowing results, that this kind of iterative process of trying things out really helped move forward a larger ambition for the street that may not have been possible, but it also meant that there was something changed that was actually happening very immediate. So the process of developing and design was change in itself. And so I think we'll probably be double downing, if you will, on the experiment on the 1200 block of the sort of, the pop-up, the colorful Adirondack chairs and the beanbag toss. We'll probably see a number of iterations of that coming out of this recommendation that hopefully we could implement as soon as the summer rolls around. So.
Well, Commissioner Lambert loves that beanbag toss, so you've got her.
My house is full of beanbags.
So thank you.
Yeah. I mean, the survey had, the survey will also record, are people playing the piano, and so we'll see.
By the way,
Thank you. Just to follow, I have a couple of questions, but to follow up on Commissioner McKinnon's point, we have heard repeatedly, even though the promenade is considered the living room for Santa Monica, that residents tend to stay in the den. The traffic in downtown Santa Monica has become really horrendous, and my husband and I have experienced that once, and now we take the Expo line downtown. It's like night and day. So maybe a little more word to residents of Santa Monica that that's an option, and it really, really works well. Right. I think it came up too when we did our walk. Clearly, the north end of the promenade is in trouble. So I would expect or assume that you're going to focus a lot of your attention on what to do about the north end once the Christmas tree is gone.
Yeah, correct.
Right. And then the other question, it's really out of the public space purview, but clearly we have a vacancy issue on the promenade. Is there, at the same time, kind of a retail study going on, a market study to find out what will work, and then an outreach from there? And you guys are doing that?
Yeah, I'll just say on the record, since I'm being recorded, the downtown Santa Monica executive team is nodding their heads, yes. They're embarking upon that.
So I remember in redevelopment, well, that was always it was part of the, you did streetscape, facade improvements, what have you, but the marketing of the area was really critical.
Yeah, and I think from their DTSM's perspective on that economic study, their current schedule queues up really well with this Promenade 3.0 social studies, design analysis that they'll be able to inform one another.
Cool. And then my final question is, I forget what your schedule is. Are the construction plans, what's the schedule for actually putting something in place?
Very good question. I didn't touch on that. What will come out of summer would be what I would call a strategic design plan. It will be conceptual enough that if the political will was there to move directly into construction drawings, we could go out to bid for that kind of work. But they won't be construction drawings themselves. But I suspect the desire to have a kind of more discussion about what the future of the promenade is and to get some quick action in the ground may lead us to seeing these kind of temporary improvements and pop-ups like the beanbag toss and other kind of ideas and sometime in the summer coming out of this immediately while we then then reassess and fine-tune those before we would potentially be moving directly into construction drawings.
So realistically, we're really not looking at anything in the ground construction-wise until probably 2021, summer of 2021?
That would be probably a reasonable guess.
So my question goes to the fact that we have a 2-year budget in the city, and the 2-year budget goes into effect July 1st of this year. And I'm assuming, since we don't know what we're doing or how much it costs, what you're talking about will not be in that 2-year budget. So we're looking at
not as a capital project.
Right. So we're looking at 2021.
Right. And I think the other question that we have to answer as part of this process is that there is a project that lives somewhere between, the maintenance that needs to be done in terms of fixing the concrete and replacing the light bulbs versus tear the street apart and start all over. The optimum project is somewhere in between those two extremes, but it'll have to be exciting enough of a change and enough substantive change that it gets people in the city, including the downtown property owners, excited about contributing money towards it, but not so exciting that we're talking about a project that takes the 3rd Street out of business for 2 years while we completely rebuild the street.
That's a good point.
Because at this point, from property owners, that's the concern we're hearing is what does this mean from a construction standpoint? So we'll be fine-tuning where exactly that Goldilocks project lives as we go through this process.
And finally, I think you should give some thought to a dunking booth.
We should be in
Do you have candidates for the dunking
I do.
booths?
I do.
You
I
can
have a whole
send them
list of
to
them.
us from
A whole list of
that
them.
email account that you're not going to be
Jerry
able to.
Rubin would be happy to do it.
Jerry Rubin and Commissioner Landis.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Fresco.
I don't think I could remodel a bathroom in my house that fast. I mean, this is a pretty ambitious schedule. My question has to do with the downtown community plan that we recently adopted, which took how many decades to figure out? I mean, and I want to know if things that you could find out by the survey could trigger, if a revision of that could result from some of the things you find, if there's things that we've set out in that plan that contradict, are you going to say, well, we should really stick with the plan, or, oh, now we have to revise the plan? What's your
Well, I would say I
approach
don't
to
think the kind of questions we're going to be asking out of this public life survey are
Wouldn't go
so
that far
dramatic that they're
in.
going to suggest major policy changes to the DCP. I think the downtown community plan I would see is obviously the policy umbrella of which this project is a pretty significant component, but the DCP puts an interest in the public space of the promenade and other public spaces in the downtown and trying to maximize the value and kind of social life of those spaces. So that's the way I would see it, is that's what this project is about. I'm particularly interested in expanding this public life's methodology, a survey methodology, to other public spaces in the downtown. So we begin to understand better how the whole ecosystem of downtown streets and plazas and parks is working and where people are concentrated, so that per the downtown community plan, we can make the most of those open space assets.
Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thanks. That was a great presentation. So I guess I'm curious about how, when you're doing this survey work and this data analysis, right, obviously the existing kind of physical space is influencing people's behavior, right? But you're observing the behavior to try and think about how to redesign. So is there a strategy for trying to pull those things apart?
Well, there's different approaches to that, or different layers to that process. So one thing we do is, in order to understand whether a space is successful or not, one thing is to understand how it's performing in terms of the current public life. But we can also measure it up against other similar streets across the globe where we have data points from, and understand what mechanisms are at play in the different places. So let's say we learned from the survey that there is not a lot of children on 3rd Street Promenade, but the goal for the city is to invite a broader audience to the 3rd Street Promenade. We can look at Købmagergade in Copenhagen that has been very successful in attracting a broad audience. This is also a pedestrian street of a smaller scale. It's not the main pedestrian street. They have implemented a play strategy, for instance. So looking at how the street compares to other streets across the globe. But there's also the intercept survey component, where we're going to get some insights from the people that visit, at least, on what they would like to see on the promenade in the future. But I think the establishing goals of what kind of space you want the promenade to be in the future is really important. And the public life survey can help inform some of those goals, but I also think it's really key, some of the questions that you Commission has been asking tonight. What about the locals? Is it a goal that you want more locals to use 3rd Street? Then we need to, basically based on what we're learning from this first survey, which is going to be the baseline benchmark survey, we may need to put on a recommendation that you need to engage a broader audience to get to that understanding. So I think it's very important to understand that not only is the design process potentially incremental, but the study process might be as well, because we might learn things from the first one. We might learn that there's gaps, but we can't predict everything from the first get-go. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Commissioner Landers.
So Thank you for this. I have many questions. I want to preface this by saying that I had heard, I would say 3 years ago, I heard a presentation by Gail on Cities Are for People, and given my training in social anthropology, I think about it as an anthropologist, and I will say on behalf of anthropologists and ethnographers, welcome to the conversation. This reminds me of mass observation of the late 1930s, which sounds really, really sort of Big Brother-ish, but is actually quite democratic and radical in its reframing of, as you know, in its reframing of how we look at public space. I think my first question, and I was looking at the tools that you have available on the website, and I was going back over the downtown community plan. What is the plan? And I guess this is both, it's a question really for both of you. In the downtown community plan, we talk about bringing neighborhood level data to bear on our planning. And in particular, we have the well-being index. And we do have data from 90401, and if we think of this as if this is the living room for Santa Monica, this is really the living room for people who live in the 90401 zip code, and in Wilmot, north of there. How will this survey interact with some of those metrics? In particular, what I'm noticing about your data set is that it's very behaviorally focused. It is less designed, as I read it, to capture intention. And so one of the things that we learned from the Wellbeing Project about residents in 90401 is that they're very concerned about making connections in their neighborhood. And so I would ask the question, how would we capture the intent to connect through the survey? Or is that not even on the radar right now?
I'll have Sophie answer the sort of detailed part of that question, but relative to the well-being index and the data that we have out of that effort, there's definitely an intention to marry the public life data sets that comes out of this survey with the well-being index, and to figure out exactly how those two mechanisms and metrics sort of cog together to be supplemented. I would say that Gail is coming to Santa Monica seems to have indicated that they probably have more data to work with at the get-go than most communities they've been involved with. And the well-being index is part of that. But relative to the more, does that answer the question in general, or?
No, I mean,
I'd love to
hear
specific, if you can.
Yeah, you had a specific question related to social interaction and
Exactly.
social cohesion. We do have intercept survey components that can help answer some of that and basically understand whether a space is performing well related to bringing people together, both the chance meeting or the familiar stranger meeting or actual stranger meeting stranger. And we know from other cities we're starting to see patterns on what actually creates social interactions. So we do have a lot of tools that look at the public space too. Those are usually not applied by volunteers, but by us as Gale staff. And those are overlaid with the public life data. The tools available on the Gale Institute website are all related to public life because that's their mission. But as the design studio, the interaction between the two is the mission. Going back to the social interaction component, one of the things that we look at in the intercept surveys is also whether there is a space is successful, tongue twister, in bringing people of different income groups from different backgrounds and different areas together in a space. Essentially, does it provide a platform for people from different backgrounds to meet or not, which can be an indicator of whether a city is catering to a broad audience. We do know now very basic things that bring people together is having a bench where you can sit next to each other. That's one of the things that most people mention, a public bench where you don't have to pay to sit. Dogs bring people together. Children bring people together. And we can't just say, okay, let's make sure there's children out there. We need to provide for that by how we design the public space.
Right. So I think that leads me to another set of sort of data collection questions, which Commissioner McKinnon brought up in terms of who's not going and why not. I think there are some examples of surveys. I believe the museum community nationally regularly has a methodology for who they're not reaching. And I would encourage you to talk to, I can make a connection offline, the Science and Natural History Museum community nationally thinks about this all the time because of racial and ethnic disparities in who typically comes to a museum and how to change that and make it more equitable and inclusive. But in a city like Santa Monica, and I'm curious from other cities as well, we have other streetscapes that serve different purposes, right? We have Main Street, we have Montana, we have Pico, in particular we have Ocean Park. And I'm wondering, in terms of your methodology, I've had plenty of, I'm sure that I'm not alone in having people say, well, I love going here, insert name of street, but I'll never go there, insert name of street. Or that's for the college kids, the 30-somethings go over there, that's for young kids, that's for older kids, those different types. So how, in our imagining, and I do want this to ultimately serve our residents, but I recognize that our residents are in some regard also, we're like people around the world, we're like people around the country, we're like people around the county, right? How are we going to have that comparative conversation? So it's not just who's not coming to the promenade, binary yes, no, but how are we distinguishing between the promenade and Main Street, Montana, Pico, Ocean Park?
Yeah, I think Ellen mentioned before that, down the line, ideally this method would be applied across the city. For this particular study, we are doing comparison counts on Maine and Montana, so we'll get some understanding of those streets. But there's limitations to this first time around. But we are looking beyond 3rd Street, even for this first round.
And then lastly, for the advisory piece, I really do want to encourage you to bring a representative from the Disability Commission, possibly the Commission on the Status of Women. It may also be appropriate, although the executive director of Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. is also a co-chair of the Homelessness Steering Committee, so that may well be covered. I see Kathleen giving me a look. But I do think in particular the Disability Commission and the Commission on the Status of Women are important voices, and that we also make sure that we have broad racial, ethnic, sexual diversity in terms of the LGBT community as well, and age diversity in terms of how we're getting advice. That's just going to be very important.
Okay.
Commissioner Lambert.
I think it would be.
Discuss that with Mr. Martin.
I'm getting a little concerned about your scope of work.
You are.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it would have been really useful to have seen your scope before we started tonight, because I don't particularly want to triple your fee. I think the reality is there are a lot of residents in Santa Monica who are not going to come to the promenade. They're just not going to do it. They're going to shop on Montana or my neighborhood or Main Street. They're just not going to go to the promenade. I have a suggestion for you, assuming it doesn't totally blow up your scope of work, and that is there are a lot of seniors who live downtown. There are 3 or 4 very large affordable senior housing projects, hundreds of them in the downtown area. And that's kind of a population that we probably might overlook. And do they come to the promenade? Would they if they felt safe? If there was something for them to look at, see, what have you. So I would encourage you to reach out. They're all within walking distance of the promenade. I don't know if Kathleen's doing that already, but it's a population that really needs to be addressed in your design considerations.
Thank you.
Okay, hearing no further questions, I'll just throw 2 at you, really simple. Have you done something on this scale before? Is there any city or situation where you had a 3-block area that would be like pretty representative of what we're trying to do here?
In terms of the study or in terms of the redesign?
Well, in terms of the size of the object that you're looking at, are there streets like this in other cities in the U.S. where you could say, yeah, we did that, we did the study, we managed to get enough information that we could actually build a bonfire, so to speak, based on our last presentation? It's just a question. It's a...
Yeah, very well put. I want to say pretty often, even when we do extensive studies, it's one simple data point that creates a bonfire. So it's not necessarily all about collecting a lot of data in a lot of spaces. Sometimes by focusing the study, you can actually provide that one single data point that makes the big difference. So for instance, in downtown Pittsburgh, as an example, they have a bus mall, a transit mall, that they have been talking about converting to a more pedestrian-friendly street. And the one data point that actually made that decision-making accelerate from being something we might do in the future to being something we're going to do now, because the politicians were behind it, was 85% of the people that are stationary on this street today are all waiting for transit. They have nothing else to do while they're waiting for the bus. Why do we not give them alternatives to how they can spend their time instead of just standing by the bus stop? There's not even benches. And that actually blew a whole redesign of that street that wasn't even in the books. So sometimes we learn something very new from the studies too, and a single data point can be what changes everything.
Right. And following up on what Commissioner Launders said about trying to maybe tease out or understand the impact of the other streets in the city that try to act in some ways like the living room of those our suburbs, if you will. We are facing a big competition in my mind, but maybe not in your mind, with the Caruso project in the Palisades. And I don't know if they're having any impact on us. I'd love to hear Kathleen's understanding of that, and is that impact going to, if there is none, is it going to increase or is it going to decrease? Would our data be, let's say, sensitive enough to understand that? I don't know if you're familiar with the Caruso project.
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, but maybe Alan can speak to it.
Yeah, I am.
Because I feel like it's a threat. It's like...
I would agree with you. I've worked with the Caruso team in my previous assignments in other cities, and they're incredibly aggressive. They're not to be underestimated. They never stand still. They're always reiterating, testing, trying out stuff, putting new concepts in, tweaking their designs. So I would say it definitely is a force to be reckoned with. It may be a little bit too soon to know whether they're sort of drawing customers away. They just opened a couple of months ago. But I think we have to look at a place like Palisades Village as a new great pedestrian, great urban space as an attraction that's at the north end, the north side of the city, while we're also looking at Century City, the remake of Century City Mall to the east, and other places that
the only good news is the West Side Pavilion went up in smoke, but other than that, we're surrounded by...
Relative to the current design of the promenade, 30 years ago, it was kind of the only place you could go to that was like that. And now there are plenty of places that are like that, while the retail market, as you know, is really contracting and going through this kind of upheaval that makes it hard to say that the future of great public spaces is going to be dependent on retail. There's less retail to go around, and there's a lot more spaces. Right. So, maybe we can ask in the intercept surveys if people have been to the Palisades Village or Century City and kind of what their reaction is and what they like about those places versus the promenade or vice versa.
Okay. Well, thank you. It was a very good presentation, and we hope to see you back.
Absolutely. Our current schedule, kind of tentatively penciling in that we might bring back this public life survey, the sort of benchmark data, to come back to the full commission in maybe February.
Okay.
So you can just see what that data looks like and offer advice for future surveys.
Great.
And then you do have to, I just remind you, we're asking you to elect 2 members to serve.
Yeah, we will.
Okay.
We will create volunteers where there are none.
Oh, if I may, one final point. The home base for the survey tomorrow and Saturday is going to be the old Mudra space and the pavilion in the 1400 block. So we'll be right in the middle of the promenade if you want to stop by and participate and kind of see what's going on.
You said you were going to come back in the summer meaning June, July, August.
Wait, he said he was coming back in February.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
he also said that
Correct. Yeah, the current schedule would have us coming back to the full planning commission to review a final strategy, a final plan, hopefully in the summer.
But do you have a sense of July, August, June?
Based on the schedule I put together, we're probably looking at late June or July.
Okay.
Are you in the Mediterranean during that time? Is that the problem? It is, isn't it? Okay.
Okay, so we have public testimony. We have two speakers, Jerry Rubin and Kathleen Rosen. So, Jerry, would you like to continue your fine tradition?
Okay, thanks everyone, and thank you, Commissioner McKinnon, for coming to the birthday party. Everyone's invited to my 80th birthday party. Monday, December 11th, here in Santa Monica. So mark your calendars now. I'd like to say, from someone who's gone to the promenade most every day for decades, and I've asked people what they think about it, they say they love it. I think we started off in a good way. The dinosaurs are iconic design. The sidewalk's great. Why spend a lot of money tearing up a sidewalk? No one's ever said, I'm not coming to the promenade because I don't like the sidewalk I'm walking on. It looks great. It's clean. It's safe. I'm glad we have a police substation back. I hope we keep it all year, not just during the holidays. We have a safe, clean, fun, pedestrian-oriented promenade, and we are innovators, not imitators. We don't have to spend a fortune in trying to tear up the infrastructure. We could use more events. It's good we don't have smoking. We got to try harder to keep the bikes and the scooters off, but it's working. We need more holiday promotions, including the carts. They got to lighten up and let people put holiday signs on their carts. Why not? More shuttles to downtown. That is a problem. More restrooms. We need to keep encouraging people to shop local. Don't worry about Caruso or these other guys. People have come to the promenade. The street performers are great. The free speech people, whatever side of the issue you're on, the artists. You need that flexibility. People sit on the curbs. I wish we didn't put the fences around the dinosaurs. At the time, we thought maybe that's the way to deal with some homeless problem, but they were great places to see it. We should bring them back again. All I can say is I'd love to be on the advisory committee. Not just me, but a number of people from the public. And I'm a senior too, so I fit two categories. And I'd love to know what the survey questions are, but I don't know. The ambassadors do a great job. We have a great promenade, and it's because of some changes in dynamics in the sales and retail and all that that has created this thing, but we don't have to overreact. We'll get through this. We'll adjust to it. We have a great infrastructure the way it is. We need flexibility. There's dancing pop-up events, things that people could do, but you don't want to change too much or waste money changing stuff that'll delay shopping and create a whole thing. People will come back. Absolutely.
Don't go anywhere yet, Mr. Rubin. You said, first of all, happy birthday again.
Thank you, Sean.
And I'll mark my calendar.
Okay.
But you said that, and you've been on the promenade probably more and more frequently and more consistently than any single person in this room.
Except Kathleen.
Except maybe Kath. Well, tenure,
staff
years of tenure. But you've been out there. So I'm curious because I remember growing up with the Santa Monica Mall. Mm-hmm. And then the transformation in the early 90s, mm-hmm. and what it was like then. And our competition then, I remember, was Universal City Walk. And we got a different crowd because we were real and they were Universal City Walk. And I'm curious, from your experience, what changes have you seen on the promenade over the course of your time on the promenade? I'd really like to hear that.
Well, all I can say is it's gotten better. When we added the ambassadors, that added a real element of coolness. They help in so many ways, a little bit to keep it clean, keep it safe, friendliness, give people directions, all that stuff, not just on the promenade, some of the outlying areas. I thought it was strange that we did without a police substation for so many years when it went over to 2nd Street. So I'm glad they found a space to bring it back. It used to be in the center court. There was a way if someone loses something, or you don't just say you have to go all the way over to 2nd Street or somewhere, that here, go to the police substation here. The police do a great job. I think sometimes I hear people say it's unsafe. It's not unsafe. We hear that all the time, but it's a safe place for all ages. I see it. I see kids. I ask people from all over the country and all over the world, how do you like the promenade? How do you like Santa Monica? They say they love it. You come, sit at my table, ask. Not leading questions, just a direct question. They love it. I think it's good people could sit on the curb. I remember there was this law about that, and some people were worrying about the homeless loitering. There's other ways to deal with that, and the Homelessness Task Force is doing that. That's a natural place where people can sit, whether it's a family having a Starbucks or whether it's people sitting to watch a performance. You don't just set up seats, and that people will want to be where they want to be, and they'll just want to stand and move around. You don't need to set it up. You need flexibility to make things work. And the performers are an integral part of that. When they have a big movie, people come down. They need to get some more hit movies, I guess, like Star Wars, to bring people down. But we need the movies. We got the movies. I wish we have another one opening up. And things are going to work out. I guarantee it. Don't get over fearful about things. They only change for the better. They haven't changed for the worse.
So, thank you, Jerry. Kathleen?
Good evening, Commissioners. Very happy to be here. Just wanted to add a few things based upon your questions. We are extraordinarily excited to partner with both the city and the team. We think that we have a really remarkable opportunity to work together, which is exactly what happened starting in 1984 to the opening of the promenade in 1989. So it's been basically 30 years since we've done any capital improvements whatsoever. And so it's time. It's not really past time. I want to be really clear. The downtown Santa Monica is thriving. The office market, 2nd Street, 4th Street, housing. It's really the 3rd Street promenade that needs the TLC right now. And after 30 years, that's a reasonable thing. We do have Visa transactions to prove that we have 12 to 14% of our sales are from Santa Monica itself. That doesn't count cash transactions or other credit card transactions, but it gives you a sense that people do come down. And if we look at things that are beloved, our farmers market, you better believe the majority of people who are there are locals. The Santa Monica ice rink, very local. There are opportunities that we have been able to create and maintain in our downtown that we'd like to transfer or translate that experience onto the promenade a little bit more. Yeah, we'd like more locals. Tourists are obviously a very important economic driver for the city itself, but it's great tourists want to go where locals go. And so we do want to recapture that. We're excited about the partnership, and we feel like there's a lot of opportunity to work with the private sector as well to gain some momentum, have them start thinking about different types of retail that they might be able to think about. Are there things in the DCP that we should look at? Can we activate the rear facades in a way that would allow for those really cool alley entrances for some particular tenant? I don't know if the DCP allows that or not, but that may be one thing we might want to look at. So So I think there's a lot of optimism. I do want to let you know that we've been talking to the private sector, the people who will have to write the check along with the city, to bring them along in this process. People are showing a lot of excitement and enthusiasm. Our owners are long-term owners. Many of them are mom and pop owners. So they're not going anywhere. They're in it for the long run. They see the long view, and that's really good news. So it's time to look at it. And I'm glad that we all are. Just wanted to add that. Did I miss anything, Stephen? Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner McKinnon.
So you mentioned 14 to 16% comes from the local base.
Mm-hmm.
And there was another comment, it would be nice to have more locals. And I'm not taking that out of context, but I just urge you to try and build in as local an experience as possible, because that's the authentic experience that every tourist in the world is looking for, and that's what's been seeping away. And some of us who've had kids remember Santa Monica Place had a food hall on the ground that was pretty ordinary food, but an amazing place to hang out on a Friday night because you saw everybody in the city, because they all had kids and they were all down there buying the $2.50 pizza. We lost that. And that lost a driving force on the promenade and taking you downtown every Friday night. And replicating that experience some way, whether it's cool coffee shops, hipster coffee shops and whatever, however we do that, that to me is one of the motivating things that we have to do this time round. And we have a shot because retail consumerism that you were mentioning seems to be collapsing everywhere in the world. And so it's that authentic experience. So I just put that to you. That whatever we do uppermost in our mind is how to get the locals back and engaged on that street.
Completely agree, Commissioner.
I know you do.
And I will also emphasize that recently the City of Santa Monica with the Santa Monica Travel and Tourism underwent a very broad perception survey of Santa Monica. And one of the key findings was that Santa Monica in general is losing its uniqueness. That's a terrible thing for us. We're unique. We pride ourselves in that. And so one of the things that we've been looking at is how can we create the unique experience in the public right-of-way? Maybe there's only certain things we can do or require on the private side of things, but how can we activate the space with more events, promotions, interesting things that you happen upon, art? We've got to have more freedom to put those types of beloved things in the public right-of-way. And we've got to figure out how to do that together.
So I think one of the things that GEL did do in Melbourne successfully was the alley program. Mm-hmm. And there's almost no other city in the Los Angeles area that have alleys that run behind the major buildings. And we do see off Santa Monica Boulevard, there's an alley that is activated. There's a furniture shop down there and a couple of other, I think they build furniture, and a couple of other things. There's a comedy shop on one of those things. That might be an opportunity, but yeah, somehow driving this hyper-localism that translates into a worldwide phenomenon, I think is going to be an interesting challenge to you.
Yes.
But thank you.
Commissioner Rogers.
This is another question that I had. I didn't want to put the city in the direct position of thinking out loud about this because obviously final decisions haven't been made, but when we look at the downtown community plan, the three overlay sites are right around 3rd Street in terms of the big projects that are headed our way, specifically the Miramar 101 Santa Monica and then 4th and 5th in Arizona. And there's still a lot of public discussion about what will or could happen at any of those spaces. I'm wondering, because this is a 30-year rethink, there's projects coming in at obviously 710 Wilshire and then other opportunity sites, so to speak, 500 Broadway. How are you thinking broadly about the economic implications and the social implications and the circulation, all the big of those projects coming in? They may come in here, they may come in here, they may come in here, but presumably whatever happens on the promenade has to take those into account at some level. So I'm wondering how you're thinking those through to the extent that you can say something about that.
Well, sure. I think that the DCP and all the effort, I don't know how many meetings we had about it. I know you had a lot. All of that has taken the sort of wider context of the entire downtown into consideration. This Promenade 3.0 is a piece of that. In the DCP, it clearly said, activate or recapitalize the promenade, put a focus on it. We've got to do that piece. So it has always been in context of the broader downtown. I think Commissioner Lambert mentioned the senior community. We've completely engaged the senior community. We're there talking to them on a regular basis. We bring the PD to them. So those are folks that we care about a lot. We've got emeritus, right? They're wonderful treasures within the downtown as a whole. We're always looking at it in the broader context. I always say I'm geographically centric. All I do is within the confines of downtown Santa Monica. So I have to look at it from the private sector and the public sector because we are the bridge, so to speak. What I will say is that the housing has been extraordinarily welcome. We would love to see more housing in the downtown. That makes our neighborhoods vibrant. We have a lot of restaurants in downtown with not as many foot traffic motivators like the movie theaters used to be, right? So we haven't replaced that. We still have movies, obviously, but they don't draw the people that they used to. And so what other kinds of things can we do in the downtown that create that draw? Ice rink does it seasonally, because if somebody brings their kids to the rink, they may or may not skate, but rarely do they only go to the ice rink and leave. They're usually eating or buying something or spending their time in downtown. So I know that's sort of it is always in context of all those things, but we must focus on what we might call the crown jewel of our downtown, our living room. That now is I don't really want to call it tired, because I will tell you we travel extensively and we are very much part of the International Downtown Association. Whenever we host those folks from other communities, we are still the envy of downtowns. So we have to put our downtown in perspective, but it is time for the reinvestment and taking advantage of the fact that the private sector is wanting to do it as well. So let's team up, right?
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So we're closing the public testimony portion. I'd like to give the commission here any chances to make any last closing statements. Richard.
So I know it's only $300,000 going into this initial thing, but the level of interest that you've seen tonight from every commissioner and the commitment, I think, mirrors what everybody in this community feels about the promenade. No one is indifferent to that space. It is the space between the buildings, and it's the activating thought that drives everyone. So people either like it, don't like it, they've got feelings. And for all of us who've had kids and have been here for a while, there's something about that you go over, and there's a commonality of experience. So it's really incredibly important what you're about to do, and we're all highly invested in it.
Okay. Commissioner Fresco.
I think this is super exciting. I just wanted to put out two little tidbits. Not enough pianos, never free anytime we've ever been there. Always in use. Just have to say. Leslie wants more beanbags. My family needs more pianos. Another thing, when we recently did a workshop in the Pico neighborhood, and we were listening to things that people were saying they wanted and didn't want in their neighborhood. And one thing I heard a few times that I thought was really interesting is, while they were really interested in small businesses and neighborhood serving businesses and things that really directed their particular population, I heard people saying, but we don't need movie theaters. We're happy to go to the promenade for that and for those big things. And, connecting with the neighborhoods in those ways and making sure that they see this as a different kind of entertainment than what they're getting in their neighborhood, I think is a big part of it. So.
Okay. Commissioner Launders, quickly, please.
I'm gonna say, I think Commissioner McKinnon said it well in terms of all of our interest. I think what I was reflecting on was a comment I heard during Coast about people sort of coming up from Venice and stumbling onto Coast, the experience of Coast, and having to figure that out and then navigating their way north on Main Street. And the word that comes to mind is serendipity. And I hope that whether it's people coming for the farmers market, I think this goes to when you do your survey. You're doing one of them on a farmers market day on a Saturday. The serendipity, coming to the ice rink, going somewhere else, coming to a movie, going somewhere else. It's certainly how my own family has engaged with the promenade, how I did growing up, coming for another reason and then ending up at the promenade because we were at the library or the Y or some other activity. I just want to express the hope that this planning can capture that sense of serendipity that I think animates so much of what the promenade is about, whether it's running into people we know or having an experience we didn't expect to have. That will lead to the social connection that I was asking about earlier, in part, among many other things. So thank you for this.
Okay. Commissioner Lambert?
I'm very optimistic about what you're doing. I'm very impressed with what you have done, and I feel very good about what you're going to be doing. I am not a Rick Caruso fan. I find that his work is very fabricated, very artificial. I hate the Grove. And the Palisades is a very much different, I would think it's a different market. I mean, it's $25 for a movie ticket. And they may cater to the Palisades, but I can't imagine a lot of Santa Monica people traveling up there for that. And I just want to add, I don't know what the process is, that I would like to be one of the two people who works with the group on what they're doing.
Okay, that takes us. Oh, Commissioner Fresco, please.
I would like to do that too.
So we have 3 volunteers who are going to arm wrestle and figure out.
Just go into there and start fighting each other.
Oh, Richard, are you in on this too? Okay. Okay, so
just
between
wanted-
you 3.
Yeah.
Amy, you're not taking the bait? Okay, good. Jason?
I just want to say, I think that that Nina, given her experience on the Landmarks Commission, would be a natural choice. And I've been on the Landmarks Commission and doing redevelopment, what have you, so that's sort of what I would bring to the effort.
Okay, well, you can all make stump speeches and then.
Why don't we nominate all 3? How rare is it that 3 planning commissioners want to do something outside their commission? Now, how hard would it be for you to take 3 planning commissioners?
Even though one of them's Sean.
And it doesn't violate the Brown Act. Sean would be my number 1 pick. I just want to put that out there.
I guess I would defer to David for kind of institutional history on this matter. But I would, looking at the number of commissioners, as long as we don't generate a quorum.
Yeah, I think
that would be the more primary
obviously we're
issue.
avoiding the quorum issue. I think the concern could be that if other commissions also want to up their numbers, then we end up with a larger group, which could become more difficult to manage. Yeah. I think if it's possible, we'd prefer that the commission come up with 2 names and go forward with that.
You want to flip?
I was going to suggest we could entertain an alternate, so if one of the members isn't able to attend the particular meeting, there's always 2 planning commissioners attending.
I think that would be.
I think it's appropriate.
So we could also do it the other way and say these 3 commissioners, they decide among themselves who goes to that meeting, and then
Who's available?
Yeah, depending on who's available, and then there will always be 2 of them there. You don't know which 2 might be there, but
It'll
they'll
be
work.
like Christmas every
Yeah,
meeting,
they'll work it out among themselves. Is that copacetic with the commissioners, the volunteers?
Sure.
Okay, well,
Okay.
you're the subcommittee.
I think having an alternate is a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sick or someone
Right.
Or go to Germany for 3 months.
Go to Germany for 3 months and work for other.
Okay.
I think that's good.
Commissioner Landry's planning a summer trip apparently too.
Right. So then you 3 are it. Who wants to be the alternate? Let's look at
Well,
it.
I think it would depend on who's sick.
Okay. You're all the alternate. Good. Okay. There you go.
Okay, so Commissioner
So-
Fresco, Lambert, and Landry's is our
Yeah.
subcommittee. With 2 of them will be in attendance, and the other will serve as an alternate based on schedules.
Right.
Okay, we'll be in touch with you then after the new year to let you know when the first meeting will be coming up. So we try and schedule that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone need to take a break, or should we power on? 5 minutes? Okay. Quick 5 minutes. So she does it. She comes home for Chinese New Year, so she'll be here in February. So let's gather up the commissioners here back on the dais. Where's where'd Amy go? I thought she was here. I know. It's like, Amy, can you join us? Richard, can you join us? Right. We don't have a quorum yet. Okay, let's get started. This is the City Yards, 2500 Michigan Avenue. Geographically, probably the largest project we've looked at. And if you could all take your seats, Richard. Okay. Can we have any ex parte communication? None. Good. Let's move on. Oh, wait. We have ex parte communication? Good.
I went to the site this evening.
Okay, good.
I went to the site today around 3, and I talked about the mural with the guy who was hanging out in his truck.
I walked around the site today. I'm very familiar with the recycling center. I'm actually going to be sorry to see it go. And I drove into Bergamot Station along Michigan.
I had a conversation last night briefly with Karen Ginsberg about whether the Parks and Recreation and CCS generally had participated in this process.
So I'm familiar with Bergamot Station. I'm, in fact, extremely disappointed not to have been asked down to do a tour of the site, because I realised as I was reading through it today that I know almost nothing about the interior of the site, so that may be something we can discuss during the hearing.
Okay, and I'm very familiar with the site for a variety of reasons. So, Liz, please.
Okay. So,
well, I'll say one word, Gus. Everyone who knows Gus understands. See, there you go. So please.
Good evening. I'm Liz Barrell. I'm a senior planner and the project planner for this project. And this is a development review permit that we are reviewing tonight for Package A at the Yards, which is a portion of the master plan. So here's our property location. As you mentioned, this is probably the largest site you've looked at a project on. It's 14.7 acres. The actual DR here is for 6.7 acres of that area. And this line that goes around that area kind of shows that the light yellow portion of it is the area that is being taken back from the recycling center and included within the yards. It's an industrial conservation zone. That's the zoning district. So just for some context, this is the Yards master plan, and you can see within the circle is Package A, and I'll be going through what those buildings are and the features are that are part of this package. So there was as I mentioned in the staff report, there has been about a 20-year discussion about what should be going on, what should happen at the yards to modernize that property and all of those important services. The council approved in concept the City Yards Master Plan. This is not like the kind of plan that we usually review here with the Planning Commission, the Council, and those sorts of plans. Those are plans over larger areas of the city and not single sites. But this is a site owned by the city, and so the Council did approve in concept the City Yards Master Plan. So that was back in 2015. In November of 2017, the EIR was begun with the notice of preparation. In February of 2018, during this process, a demolition permit was filed in order for the Landmarks Commission to review the structures that are proposed for demolition. And in June of 2018, the DR application was actually filed. In September, the ARB reviewed the project as a preliminary concept, and in October, the draft EIR was released. And a final EIR is in the staff report that is before you tonight. So as I said, Industrial Conservation District, anything over 15,000 square feet requires a development review permit. Anything over 32 feet is a Tier 2 project, so requires the extra community benefits of a Tier 2 project. The proposed FAR is very low and well below the Tier 2 level, but the height is above. So looking more closely at the site plan, and we'll look at there's 3 phases of construction in the project. The first phase, phase 1, includes the new fleet maintenance facility and also this surface parking area for vehicle storage. So this is not parking, but this is storage, part of the yard's use. In the second phase, we have the administrative building, and particularly here pointing out the public entrance of the lobby. The visitor parking lot is part of that, the plaza, and the break room, which is also an after-hours community room. So all of that is within the second phase. And in the third phase, the last 3 buildings, facility buildings that are part of Package A, and the courtyards between them. And this is the zipper concept that's discussed in the staff report, which we'll talk about in a bit more. So the first building, the Fleet Building, this is an elevation. As you can see, it's a very high 1-story building for part of it, and it's a partly 2-story building that has administrative offices and meeting space on the second floor. The large height is, of course, for the service bays for the maintenance, and this is a rendering of that building. In phase 2, the administration building, this is the elevation, and you can see the entrance on the north side. Where is it? Over here. This is the visitor entrance from Michigan Avenue. This is the back of of changing rooms, locker room area, and these are offices and meeting spaces. And this is the south side, which faces in to the yards. And this is a rendering from the front of the plaza and part of the administration building that you see from Michigan Avenue. So the last set of buildings are the facilities buildings. These are 2,800 square feet approximately each. They're 17 feet high. They're 1 story. They include the employee break room, the shops, training rooms. Rosie's Girls is in this area, and these outdoor areas. On the right here, this is the elevation you would see from the street, from Michigan Avenue, and this is the courtyard, which you can see more clearly in the rendering. So this is the north elevation, and this is the west elevation, which you can see has the transparency into the building and the courtyard look and the landscaping that's in front of it. So the facilities buildings also have associated courtyards, and this is a rendering of one of them. I believe this is the one that would be outside of the break room with additional seating area for employees and visitors to relax and enjoy. So the master plan, the master plan does have a lot of improvements to site circulation. Not all of those are happening in Package A. In fact, most of those, the connections with the outside areas are not part of Package A. But you can see here the pedestrian circulation that can go through the site and the vehicle circulation here, and how that's really nicely separated. And this is a rendering next to the facilities buildings of that walkway that separates the pedestrians and gives them a way of walking up to the administration building and back and forth to these activities without going through the yards area where all of the fleet vehicles are stored. So the interface with Michigan Avenue is an important aspect of this project. Currently, the property line has a large wall with some murals and some art pieces that have been put up over the years. That would be removed, and the view to Michigan Avenue, or from Michigan Avenue, would be of these buildings and courtyards. The building is stepped back 8 feet 4 inches from the property line, and that does give space for these wide landscaped areas and also for potentially future design for the complete street that the Bergamot plan envisions. So having the building step back adds that flexibility. The Michigan Avenue streetscape is also not part of this DR. It will come later as a separate city project. And this is another aspect of the interface, the plaza. And here you can see the first facility building, which is the break room and in the evening community room. So where the picture is actually sort of taken from is where the parking lot is, so up on the end. So people coming to the facility would park, come back, walk across the plaza, and be able to enter into this space. So the required parking for the project, there are 94 spaces required for the actual package A uses and another 48 for existing yard uses. And the total of 145 spaces would be provided at the end of package A, at the end of phase 3. But it's important to realize that once that this part of the project is done, the next part of the project does include a parking structure. Oh, thanks, David. I have water. I do have some water, but thank you for bringing it. I'm sorry, I'm actually suffering from allergies, and so, but I'm getting through it. Okay, so enjoy it yourself. So parking for visitors and employees would be provided separately from the vehicles of the fleet storage. And this diagram shows the green is actually storage of vehicles and the blue are parking areas. So at the end of phase 3, you've got parking here, you have parking here, parking here. And in a later phase, it's planned that in this area, there will be the parking structure, which will serve also Bergamot Art Center over here, as well as the arts. Bicycle parking, there are 9 long-term and 8 short-term spaces required, and proposed are 11 short-term bike parking racks up here, 18 bike parking, long-term bike parking or lockers here for employees. So the community benefits are the community benefits for this project as a Tier 2 project. Some of them as a city project, the project's exempt from the various development fees. But for the TDM requirement, the city is not exempt. And the requirement is to have an additional benefit of a transportation allowance that's equivalent to at least 75% of the cost of a monthly regional transit pass. Like the city's current rideshare rewards program, which employees at the yards are also part of, does meet that qualification, and that is a requirement in the DR. So if the city ever, for some reason, didn't meet that qualification, it would continue to be required here on this site as part of this DR. And lastly, the CEQA review, or not lastly, but we're getting to the end. The Planning Commission is being asked tonight to certify the master plan EIR. So this is the EIR for the full master plan, even though the project that is being put before you is just a portion of it. So the Package A scope is consistent with the scope of the overall analysis of the in the EIR. All of the mitigation measures have been incorporated into the draft statement of official action. And as you could see in the EIR, all of the impacts that were identified have been mitigated to a level of insignificance through those mitigation measures. There were some comments, mostly from agencies and one from an individual. And if you have any further comments about questions about the EIR, Rachel Kwok is here and can answer those when my presentation is over. All of the DR findings have been made, and in particular, we just wanted to point out that the project does promote the general welfare, public health and safety, and in particular by improving the work environment to better serve the public and to promote employee and public health and safety. And the project improves the pedestrian experience along Michigan Avenue through the design as we showed you. We have received no public correspondence regarding the project, and the recommendation before you, again, to adopt the resolution to certify the EIR and then to approve this development permit and adopt the statement of official action. Thank you.
Commissioner Lambert.
Is that the whole presentation?
That's, yeah.
I have a bunch of questions, but just off the top, there's been some concern about the cinder blocks as the material. I mean, materials are not our purview. Was that material chosen because of cost considerations?
I'm going to leave that for the applicant or our Public Works Department. They will be doing their presentation and talk more about the
okay.
design.
So it's not over. Okay.
Right.
Sorry.
No, this is staff's presentation, and then the other part of the city is the applicant, and they'll be up here.
Can you answer one question, though, that may be in your purview? Didn't we, when I first came on the commission over 2 years ago, approve a private parking structure on Michigan?
We did.
Yes, we did. However, that's been withdrawn and it's not moving forward.
Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
They couldn't get financing.
Commissioner.
There's no financing from the private sector for a garage anymore.
Okay. Any other questions? I have one quick question. Where is the recycling activity going? It's being removed from here. Is it finding a new home somewhere, or is it vanishing?
I'm also going to defer that to Public Works.
Good. Okay. No further questions? Wait.
I have EIR questions. I'm happy to wait until after the applicant has presented, or I can ask now.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'd like to hear a little bit more.
Can we wait?
Can we? I don't mind waiting.
Yeah, that's.
You want to wait?
Yeah,
Let's wait.
because it's kind of unusual, right? We should just do it the way we normally do it, right? Have the applicant and have public comment. Okay.
Okay, so let's have the applicant give us a presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Rebecca Bono with Public Works. I'm the city architect, and we are the applicants, and we are very excited about this project. We have engaged our design build team made of Miller Hall and Hathaway Dinwiddie to develop the City Arts Modernization Project. They've vetted, they've done their due diligence on all the activities that the Yards does on a daily basis to serve the community. And all we're doing is modernizing it. We're not enlarging it or reducing it. We're simply renovating the entire site so we can serve the community better. We're adding the sustainability goals that Santa Monica has for sustainability and well-being. And with that, I'd like to present my architect, Scott from Miller Hall, who will do a design presentation, and want to let you know that Public Works supports this project.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to come before you and give you a little history and maybe add a little color commentary, if you will, to the very complete and thorough staff report and the presentation that Liz just gave you. So I wanted to start out, as you're all aware from your introductory comments, you're familiar with the site. Sits kind of in the loving embrace of the arms of the I-10 and the Cloverfield exit and street there, boulevard, and is surrounded by a real variety of disparate uses. And I think what's important to note is the team has engaged all of these entities throughout the project, and that feedback during the process has become very important to the shaping of not only the master plan, but Package A. What you see here are two historical photo on the left, a current photo on the right, obviously the 10 being a new addition. And what's important to note here as well is a subsurface condition that a lot of the site is on a landfill. That presents specific challenges in terms of subgrade foundations, settlement of the site, as well as methane mitigation. And the team has been working very diligently to monitor and manage those site constraints during the development of both the master plan and Package A. Some existing conditions, you can see here the nature of the buildings. Many of these were originally constructed in the 50s and have been since modified over time. The lower left shows the site condition, which involves a significant conflict and overlap between pedestrian circulation on site and the heavy vehicles that really characterize and dominate the site itself. The upper right, don't know if you can see it, or if I move the pointer right here, the column. This is on the landfill. This grade has been sinking over time, so what you see at the base of that column is essentially an extended footing that basically prevents that building from sinking. So obviously a fairly unsafe and non-sustainable site condition. In terms of the work environment for the city yard staff, you see here a representation of the paint shop, the electrical shop, a couple of other departments that are housed within the yards. And again, the folks that are working here providing these vital city services are really doing the best they can with the conditions that they have to work in. The middle shot on the top is the crew lunchroom. I think when we start looking at goals of social justice and equity that are important to all of us now, we can really recognize that this is not an adequate facility for city yard staff to take their breaks in, but again, they're making do. The project has established a series of goals. These really focus around addressing some of those operational and functional deficiencies, providing a facility that allows the yard staff to deliver those services in a more efficient and cost-effective way, addressing site circulation and safety issues, but more importantly, the project provides an opportunity to more meaningfully engage the public. As you're aware, the site is fairly heavily walled. It's not really publicly accessible. And there was an opportunity on this project to really begin to engage in a more meaningful way some of the folks in the surrounding communities and the city at large. The overall design process, we are entering our 4th year working with the city on this process. This involved validation of the programming effort that the city provided. It involved developing master plan, and as you can see in the tabs at the bottom, a significant number of community meetings, as well as public comment opportunities through meetings such as this that are open to the public throughout that process. And importantly, a number of those community meetings occurred during the initial planning before anything was really decided. So we were able to talk about the needs of the project, solicit community input, and allow that input to begin to shape the response of the master plan and ultimately Package A. Very robust and aggressive sustainability goals. We really applaud that. We're often in a position of trying to convince clients and agencies that we work with of the value of incorporating aggressive sustainability strategies in projects. In this case, obviously, the city has come to us with goals such as net zero energy, net zero water, and the AIs, which include zero potable water. And just so that you're clear, the requirement in the AI for LEED certification, because of the industrial nature of this project, there's a more applicable third-party rating system for industrial and public works types of facilities called Envision. It's third-party rating. We've had detailed meetings with the city to review the qualities of that program and the requirements, and the decision was made to move forward with Envision rather than LEED as the third-party rating system. This diagram on the left shows the existing site plan, and on the right the new master plan. Liz went through this in some detail in the introductory remarks in her report. The color coding is the various departments that are housed within city yards. And important to note, the blue outline coming around the center of the site is the extent of Package A. So while the full master plan provides the overall long-range vision for the project, what's before you tonight is the Package A work, which is the 6 buildings and the site development. Liz mentioned the zipper concept. This is something that we came up with as a way, especially along Michigan, when we looked at the program of the facilities, each being roughly the same size, and looking at the opportunities to integrate better with the public. This idea of zippering together the public and the yard spaces along Michigan provided a way to knit together the functions of the yards and the public and still maintain that necessary security between those two functions. Looking back, zooming out, there was also an opportunity to integrate the development, especially along the Michigan face, with adjacent green space and public open space. This was something that we heard repeatedly in our community meetings, the desire to provide more meaningful open space and pedestrian-friendly walks, especially along Michigan and in the context of Bergamot redevelopment over time. So looking at improving Michigan Avenue, a lot of the foot traffic will be coming from the west or from the station in Bergamot, but that length of Michigan is about 800 feet in length. And from the earlier presentation, if you remember that slide that showed the long wall and then the 4-second intervals from Sophie's presentation, as you walk along Michigan, each of these zipper teeth and adjacent voids is about a 4-second interval. They're about 40 feet apart. And obviously completely unplanned, but it was just like a light bulb when I heard Sophie talk about that. It's exactly what we were trying to do here. As someone moves along Michigan, the back of the zipper teeth provide a calm backdrop that really focuses your attention out towards the activity on Michigan and Bergamot. And then as you move to the adjacent pocket, there's a calming eddy that provides views into the yard. And so you get that constant view back and forth, and it really breaks down the scale of that 800-foot walk. At the end of that, it culminates in a new public entry, community amenity open space that feeds not only it becomes the front door to city yards, but it's also a jumping off point and a connection to the Bergamot station and also to the future public parking, which I think was just mentioned, is having financial issues in terms of the private sector financing. But in terms of the master plan, looking at the development around, there was a need for a structure to support not only city yard staff parking, but also public parking. So that was part of the master plan effort. When we look at a section of Michigan, you can see that at the bottom, the right-of-way extends to this line. So the city code would allow the zipper buildings to be built right up to that line, to the property line. By setting back the buildings roughly 8.5 feet, we're able to broaden that public zone within the scope of our project to almost 20 feet, which is quite a generous linear path, buffered from the Michigan Avenue right-of-way by vegetation and trees, and then also what I mentioned previously about the modulation on the yard site between the facilities buildings themselves and the views in. If we just look at the rendered portion of the Package A site plan, again, just to make a couple of quick notes on this, You can see a quick bird's eye sketch that begins to talk about that visual permeability from Michigan into the site. I should note that each of the major buildings has a PV array on them. This is to provide the energy required to meet the net zero energy requirement. Working with Buro Happold, who was able to analyze the demand of the site, and then this array basically offsets that demand with an equal supply. And bringing together and knitting together the facilities, or the zipper teeth, is a canopy that moves across the top of those and provides that unifying element along Michigan, and also provides the area, frankly, that we need to meet that net zero requirement. So looking at Michigan and what will be the public face of the city yards, what's shown in yellow here is the area of improvement within the Package A scope that is open to the public 24 hours a day. So the security line along here is what you would see. The public off hours would not be able to get into the city yards. Obviously, heavy equipment and trucks. Safety is a paramount concern. But the idea of creating an area that's not only an entry for city yards, but also as a community amenity, is something that we and the public were very concerned about and put a lot of energy into making happen. And as Liz mentioned, this first zipper tooth, which is the crew break room and city yards training facility during the day, at night, and I'll flip to the next diagram, can be through some pretty simple fencing and site security measures, be given over to the public as a community meeting room. Becomes a community amenity, and not only is it the building itself, but the adjacent yard with all of its seating and tables can also be used by groups in the evening that might need that a community meeting space. So quickly, a couple of photos. Many of you have been to the site, but Michigan Avenue, 800 feet plus long, a fairly unpleasant, frankly, pedestrian experience along the edge. Looking at the existing condition at the east end of Michigan, almost at the end, and then the rendering from that same position. Liz showed this rendering earlier, but again, showing that community amenity that becomes not only a public city yards entry, but also a public amenity for people that are using, going to Bergamont Station, or just wanting a place in the city to have some open space of different scale. I should also note that City Yards is not a particularly, it's open for business, but it's not like a library where you're getting streams of people coming in. So the idea of pushing the entry back and making it one thing off of that entry is something that was very conscious. It does provide a clear route into the yard, but also provides, kind of an entry in the scale of the number of folks that would be coming from the public side. A couple other photo rendering sequences. So again, looking at the wall, this is between zipper 1 and 2. So you can see the nature of the backdrop provided by the zipper buildings, which allows some change in focus, and then an eddy in that path that provides another 8 to 10 feet of depth. So that right away at the gaps between the zipper teeth actually becomes, on the order of 24, 25 feet, quite generous, and provides views into the yards. Is that my dinger? Okay.
Well, finish your sentence, whatever you were going to say, and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, actually, what other thoughts did you have on this?
Yeah.
You might be able to just tell us a little bit more about. Go beyond the sentence.
Go beyond the sentence? Okay, thank you. I'll try to speed it up. But this is a view between that zipper tooth during the day, city yards working. Again, just a couple of others. You've seen some of these images before. The Fleets building being on the back side of the site, a little bit less kind of that integration piece, but a great improvement over what is happening on the yards now. Liz touched on the different phases of the project. We wanted to make sure that you understood, to maintain operations on the site during construction, that the project needed to be phased in the way we were proposing, parking, but really to end on some of the three main project goals. One is addressing the site safety concerns by separating and segregating pedestrian circulation and the heavy vehicles. The idea of workplace environment improvements, providing a humane work environment for the City Yard staff, and then this idea of flexible space that becomes a community amenity. So this is not just a City Yard space, but it's a real true community asset. So.
Okay, let's start with questions. Lambert?
My understanding from the staff report is that there actually is a reduction in square footage, like 8,000 square feet from what's existing now. So you're not expanding, adding, what have you. You're actually reducing the size of the existing buildings.
Yes,
Okay.
the numbers that are in the staff report are the correct numbers.
Okay. I'd asked earlier about the cinder blocks. Was that a design statement or a cost issue?
Yes, so cinder blocks, I think, is a term that probably has a negative connotation. I think when we see that or hear that, we think of the gray concrete blocks that are just, kind of the bottom of the line. What we're actually proposing here is a ground-faced concrete masonry unit, which is a much more finished character. It's actually got white aggregate and white cement, so it's a more refined version. The reason that we're going with that material is partly cost-based. This is a design-build project, so we're looking to maximize the scope, and part of that is being as economical as we can with the building material palette. The blocks themselves are not only the finished material on both sides of those walls, they're the actual structure. So we're getting a material that can do double, triple duty within the cost parameters of the project. We actually think it's quite elegant. We think it's appropriate given the industrial nature of the functions on this site, and we think it's going to be a beautiful edge on Michigan.
Was there a reason you didn't put windows in the zipper buildings? Is it security or privacy or both? Or
The functions within each of those buildings along Michigan are the storage areas for each of the shops. The shops have the glazing that open to the yards that are between the teeth, and then that circulation on the south side or the yard side of the zipper building is where the people working in the yards move. So the idea was very intentional because we knew we needed a solid function within each of those zipper teeth to put that on Michigan and allow those to perform that modulation along the length of Michigan.
But there's no security reason why you couldn't put windows in it.
There's no security reason, that's correct, because the windows would be secure, but we didn't see any reason to invest in windows into a storage area.
And do I understand correctly that the setback is actually about 20 feet from the street?
From the right-of-way?
The building to the right of the edge of the street, it's about 20 feet.
From the right-of-way back to let me go back. Can I go back to that?
Well, I think your setback is 8.5 feet, and that's measured from the sidewalk.
Line. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's about 20 feet from the street.
Yeah, is that what we had, Michael? 18.5, I think.
It is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I read also in the staff report that the public art component is to be determined. That doesn't come here. I assume it goes to the Arts Commission or someone other than us.
Yes, the 1% for public art goes in front of the Art Commission.
Okay.
And they do the selection of the artist and do all that. The Cultural Affairs Department.
I gotcha. And then finally, and Commissioner Landers asked this question, is the recycling yard just going away forever? Is there not going to be a recycling facility in Santa Monica?
I think it's in the works. I can come back with the answer. I don't want to give you bad information, but I believe there's something in the works.
Because a lot of people use that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fresco.
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry. I have quite a few questions. First about parking. I hadn't read the City Yards master plan before. This came before us this time. And I observed in there that it said the existing staff on that site is 425, and that after this plan is done, that it'll be 460. And I'm very perplexed in understanding how many parking spaces there's going to actually be and how many bikes and how you break it down if the administration building and all the functions are, what's the deal?
What's the deal with parking? Okay,
Yes.
I skipped over that slide in the interest of time. Let's see. Okay, so what you see here is a summary of what's outlined in
Right.
greater detail in the report. So there's two, if you will, types of parking on the site. One is the parking that's required by code based on the functions. Those are calced, as you saw in the report. Those total 145 off-street or on-site parking required.
For 460 employees?
That's what is required by
Wow.
the code calculations, yes.
That's really interesting.
So the green, as was mentioned, this is the large and medium and small pickup truck type vehicles that are really staff fleet, or not staff fleet, but city fleet vehicles. So the center is the 80 plus trash trucks that go out every day in the city. That's where they're housed. Vehicles of various sizes, pickup trucks, carpentry trucks, things like that are here. So what you're seeing in this plan represents the final build out. You can see in blue that all of the city required parking is accommodated on site. We have some diagrams that show how we're meeting those requirements at each phase, but didn't want to present that. That gets fairly granular, but we can go into that if you'd like.
I don't need that much granular detail.
Okay.
Can you just show me, I saw the bike plan placement, but that also seemed like horribly few bikes. It's like 29 bikes for 460 people. I mean, is that...
Yeah, yes, you can.
I'm not sure where you're getting the 460
from
count.
From the master plan data, you had a 269 city yards master plan, and there was a page about employees when they were scoping out the various needs and how many people there were going to be and how much square footage they needed for each use and how many employees they had for each use. Every number was scoped out. He knows what I'm talking about.
I just want to correct you on that. We have 241 employees at the city yard.
Okay.
241 employees at the
That's
city yards,
helpful.
and with the city managers and the council directive to reduce employees, I don't think it's going to increase much more than. If it goes up, it'll probably increase to 245, but we currently have 241 employees.
So I read 269 pages in too short a time, which is part of my problem here. All right. So still, 241 employees. How many bikes are we going to have?
Well, again, we're providing what the city code requires.
Right.
Now, if demand is such that we get more demand than we've got supply, we can certainly look at adding bikes. I
These
bike
are
to work
really
every day.
different
I'm highly in
numbers
favor of
than
it.
we normally encounter. We don't do a lot of industrial projects.
Right.
So these, usually somehow it adds up better. So this is completely unrelated, and I'm sure the answer is no, but my brain has to ask this question. The city has a whole different kind of fleet and not a lot of space to put it of cars that they park at the Civic right now, where we hope to have other more exciting uses and we might need other kinds of parking. Is that something that has ever been discussed or scoped out for this area as a place to park city vehicles? I don't know. It's just something to put out there just as a thought or an idea. I know it's not related to trash and recycling and firefighting and all those other things.
Yeah, it's not related to the scope of this project, that we can certainly look at it. We can have discussions with the planning department regarding parking.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like parking them in prime real estate seems crazy to me. Okay. So can we just, the circulation we just got that one map that was really small and blurry. And I would like to understand better how the circulation plan and where the trucks are and where the cars are. I personally, my personal concern, I'm a recycling user, and driving down that Delaware Avenue with the trash trucks coming in my tiny little car is quite terrifying. So, yeah. So, one time when my son was 2 years old, they actually let him ride in the bulldozer in the can recycling side over there. It was super cool.
I could walk you through that if you'd like in terms of site circulation. So first of all, from a pedestrian, and we mentioned that a big driver here was separating the pedestrian and the vehicles, to avoid those conflicts and increase safety. So from a pedestrian standpoint, if you're a member of the public, you're really engaging with the yards right in this front area off of the public entry. As City Yard staff, you're coming in. The east end of the admin building is actually the locker area. Mm-hmm. Once you go in, you change. You either come out and go to your shop here, or if you're working in fleets, this is the one area where we've provided a safe crossing and a singular crossing across that area to minimize the number of pedestrian vehicle conflicts. In terms of the site itself, main entry from Michigan is between zippers 4 and 5. This is a new north-south road that provides a connection between the Delaware entry on site and Michigan. And all of this, I should preface by saying, was heavily involved the City Yard staff in terms of access and operations of site. You can see basically there are rings of parking for various size vehicles. The roadways are sized to accommodate turning radiuses of larger trucks. A future fire station training area here in Station would have ability to go out either way or even come out through this area out to Stewart in an emergency response. So the idea of segregating pedestrian and vehicular circulation, that one rendering that I showed of the circulation spine south of the zippers, this is a pedestrian area here. Again, you're moving east-west along this spine without any conflicts with the vehicular circulation on site.
So are giant trash trucks going to go out in mid-block on Michigan now? Or are they all going to go through Delaware?
That's going to be an operational issue that will be determined by the City Yard staff and the RRR department. As you mentioned, this idea, or this Delaware Street here, really it comes down and only serves SCD functions. So there's really, once the recycling center is no longer off of Delaware, there's really no reason that the public should go down there. They can. But again, it's not going to be a very populated area down on Delaware Avenue.
So what are we going to do with our batteries and our dead computer keyboards? That's a whole other issue.
I think Rebecca addressed that question.
Yeah, I mean, that's a scary thought. All right, so yeah, right. So one of the things it noted, I have a concern about the solid walls, the backs of the storage rooms facing the street. That's not my idea of pedestrian friendly, even if it is a different block wall every 4 seconds. Doesn't necessarily do it for me. But one thing I read in the staff report was this idea that the windows, there are many windows in the administration building facing north, and having them behind the zipper allows them to have privacy. And that word kind of jumped out at me for offices. And what do they need privacy from? Or why are they back?
Well, they're back on the site for a variety of reasons.
Right.
Some of those reasons include phasing, that in order to construct the zippers here, admin has to move from this location to somewhere to maintain operations. So that was one of the issues. The whole phasing domino sequence really drove a lot of the site layout. As I mentioned before, staying out of the landfill, with the exception of the larger fleet structure, was also a key concern. In terms of the windows looking north from those open office areas, As you know, Northlight is pretty remarkable. I wouldn't maybe describe it as being hidden behind the zippers. These are city staff that don't necessarily want to be on, I'll say, public display right on Michigan, so they'll be at their desk a lot. So providing this prospect out into a more, it's still visible, but a more protected area between the zippers and the admin, we thought was actually quite a nice solution. And the folks that are going to be occupying those offices seem to agree with that, and we're quite pleased with the location of those offices and the windows in the admin.
Okay, thank you. It said somewhere that there was something in the City Yards master plan, maybe this isn't for you personally, about realigning surrounding streets in some later phases of the plan. It mentioned that in the report. I know it's not in this package, but it's in the context of the project, and I would like to know what streets are being realigned.
I'm going to have to get back to you on that.
I think maybe I can, from what I'm aware of, and this is, obviously not part of this package, and it's really in unfunded future phases at this point, is, at one point there were thoughts about connecting Michigan Avenue to potentially Stewart through the site, and I think, but those are things that are very much conceptually part of the discussion. We've, in the early stages of looking at the master plan as a whole, there were and there are ongoing discussions, obviously, in terms of circulation and mobility around the site, looking at Michigan Avenue and, where, how that functions as part of implementation of, bicycle action plan, pedestrian action plan, and sort of, the Michigan Avenue, that you see today is, obviously not what is envisioned for it to be, and this is sort of step one towards that. So that's
Right.
a reference to kind of connections that have been discussed for quite some time, whether in the context of the Bergamot area plan or just in this particular site is not within the area plan boundaries, but it's adjacent to it. So, we obviously think about kind of where this particular city site sits within sort of broader circulation goals in
Right.
the area. But
Thank
that's
you.
no
That's-
concrete decisions made yet.
But that's really helpful. Thank you. Sorry. What can you tell me about how the fencing on Michigan Avenue looks? They look like, depending on which rendering, I saw two different designs.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you can talk about those.
Sure, yeah. The design intent is to provide a high degree of transparency, visual transparency through that fence. So one of the approaches, and you saw that in one of the renderings, is very simple vertical bars that don't allow people through them, but provide that security. We've also looked at ideas of green screens, of getting greenery to grow up those. So we're right now at 50% design development. We've indicated a couple of options in terms of the screen. We're working with Hathaway Dinwiddie, who is the prime contractor on the project, to begin to look at what those options mean in terms of the overall, how they fit within the overall scope of the project. So no concrete decisions on those have been made yet, but again, the idea to keep that very open.
So I guess just one of them looked like it was a lot less expensive than the other, and I just had visions of chain link torturing
Chain link is
me
not
in
one
my
of the
brain.
options. Yes.
Okay, I just that was really why I asked
Okay,
that.
yeah.
Just one of them just looked like it was getting closer to that, and that's really not.
Yeah, that was not the intent, certainly.
Right. Here's another question that has not to do, it's kind of a little outside the scope because it's not one of the buildings, but it's like right next to the blue line. As part of my little site tour, I went to Gandara Park, which I noticed was surrounded by chain link fence with barbed wire on the top related to this site. And also, as I went down Delaware and I turned on Frank Street right before the guy told me to turn around and get the hell out of there, I couldn't help but notice I was looking across a dirt field to the back of that fence in Gandara Park again. And somehow anywhere in the phasing or scoping of this project, or even in the little part that touches today's blue line, or can we start to improve the surroundings of Gandara Park and maybe buffer it more from the city dump?
Yeah, that's a great point. We are showing some modest amount of buffering along that east edge of the blue line, or of our package A there, balancing that with the number of parking stalls that are both required and needed functionally on site. And then what's not shown graphically here is there's a fairly thick buffer along the west edge of Gandara Park. Some of it's beneficial, some of it's creating some activities that you'd rather not have there, but there is a fairly strong visual buffer, and there's actually
I could
quite
see
a
right
good
through it today. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and a grade change between yards and the park. But again, during the public comment period, there is obviously a very strong connection to the park and a love of the park by the local folks both in the Mountain View Park as well as the Pico neighborhood. Mm-hmm. And we had some options in the master plan phase where we were looking at providing some improvements to Gandara, and basically that scope was quickly, I guess, not favored by the public that we were hearing. And then looking at the overall scope of the master plan, it was determined that Gandara Park, the boundary would be where it's shown, and that Gandara Park would not be part or modified as part of this master plan.
Right. Well, I'm not suggesting modifying the park. I'm suggesting modifying the edge of the city yards so that the park environment is improved and more contextual to a park and not a city dump. Mm-hmm. That's really where I would like to go with that. And then there are just, the transfer station moving, and that was it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Launders.
Okay, thank you. I have also a number of questions, and it's a little bit. I'm recognizing that we need to certify the EIR for the master plan, or that's what you're asking us to do, and you're also asking us to approve this permit. So I may go back and forth a little bit, but I'm going to try to be as tight as possible in my questions. Let me start on the EIR with the traffic, just because it came up, and I was going back over the traffic section, and I see. I understand that the circulation proposed, the potentially proposed conceptually, the linkages is not in the scope of the permit, but I'm looking at the EIR, and I'm wondering if we're going to certify the EIR. The EIR does make some operational assumptions about intersections levels of service that could be affected by a change to vehicular traffic access around the area. So I'm wondering if you can give us some context there.
Sure. Well, the project itself, in terms of, as we had talked about before, this is a modernization project.
Right.
So we're not adding new employees. There's a minor increase of, I think, 14 employees at the most. So we're not adding new trips per se. And in terms of circulation improvements, these circulation improvements are being conducted primarily within the site, so it's not going to affect the surrounding intersections. The only thing that would affect is there's a potential, which the package A doesn't include a potential. I think there's a land swap potentially.
Right.
That's in the works, and that's the only thing that's, in terms of circulation improvements, that's not addressed in package A, and that's a very hypothetical land swap. We don't know what's happening. If that happened, the only thing that would happen would be that Frank Street would be vacated. So in terms of affecting intersection levels of service, that's not going to happen here for this project, or for the overall master plan either.
But for the master plan, Jing mentioned the possibility of connecting with Stewart Street, which raises the question of whether, I'm looking at the list, Cloverfield and Olympic, Cloverfield in Michigan, Cloverfield in the off-ramp, Cloverfield in the on-ramp. But if there's a connection with Stewart, then there's a question that gets raised about Olympic and Stewart.
Those were initial discussions, and so that was not input into the EIR because they were not.
So that was in response to the document Nina's reading was a very sort of like broad, ideas, and so it was an
Mm-hmm.
exploration of concepts. I'm not aware of at this point, like it's not something that's real, and as Rachel said, it's not something that was analyzed in the EIR. If it's something that occurs in the future, it would be kind of looked at, separately. But it's
so there would be a few. So if the streets were extended,
Right.
there would be a separate analysis, and we would have the conversation about Stewart and Olympic and
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
at this
Okay.
point, you're looking at a site that is basically, effectively, the same number of employees that are
Sure.
already there. There's no change to circulation in terms of the intersections, traffic lights, realignment of streets. Like none of that is
Okay.
being proposed or analyzed at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, and as I said before, the only thing that's not included in package A is potential vacation of Frank Street, and that has no bearing on surrounding intersections.
Can we bring up and this is, I guess, an EIR question, because I was a little surprised and disappointed to read that there have not been additional community meetings for the development review permit process. There have been extensive community meetings for the master plan process, but I gather this has not, it says in the staff report on page 18, there hasn't explicitly been a community meeting for the DRP. Can we bring up the map for the community engagement? Sorry.
There's no one here from the community.
Right, exactly. No, I understand that.
Actually,
Oh, wait, there's someone.
We will have one. So I would like to ask some very specific questions. Well, no, there was one that showed the different entities around.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought that was a very helpful slide, actually. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so the Bergamot Transit Village, the Arts Center, right? Those are. Then you have. It's no longer agencies. I think it's now Kite Pharma, Gandhara Park, Mountain View Mobile Home Park, and on the, there's there are the businesses on Michigan and Cloverfield and OPCC. So I'd like to ask. There are a number of organized users of Gandhara Park. Did they I'm going to be a little bit exhaustive here. Did they participate? Were they out? Did they receive outreach? If there are any leagues that play baseball, softball, park users, did they receive an attempt at outreach of any kind? Whether for the EIR or for the project.
What I can tell you is that the public notices that are required for the community meetings were distributed within the radius that are required.
Okay.
There was specific outreach to the Pico Neighborhood Association,
Okay.
to Mountain View
That was on my
residents.
list, yeah.
We actually held one of the meetings at the Mountain View meeting
Okay.
room. It was very well attended. In terms of your question about Little Leagues or other users of Gandhara Park, I don't know personally of any that were contacted or specifically targeted by city staff, but there may have been. I just am not aware of it.
Okay, I think this is a sensitive community. I think we need to be sensitive about it. I think, I want to feel confident that it wasn't just we flyered the neighborhood, but there were actual invitations. So to hear that there were invitations to certain groups and that there were meetings held at certain locations is helpful. Also, there's OPCC. I'm going to have another question about that. But I am concerned about the level of community outreach around the project. So I'm going to keep going. The question about mobility, is there, if we approve this package the way that it's drafted, does the possibility remain, this is not a question about streets, for bicycle access between Gandhara and Michigan? Or is that foreclosed now? Have you decided you don't want to have people going from the one to the other?
Yeah, that was studied because, as you know, Ishihara Park along the
Right.
north edge here, there was a desire to make a connection into that and connect ultimately to Michigan.
Yeah.
Because water resources, which is located along this line, is not part of the upgrade in the long-range master plan. There's not enough room, if you will, along that north edge property line to provide a safe and adequate trail along there. So we have talked about in the future, if this becomes public parking here, of providing access through from that to Gandhara Park. Again, that's outside of Package A.
But it's not. But approval of Package A would not foreclose the possibility and make it impossible to do that at some point in the future. It's still an open.
That's
okay,
correct.
Great.
Yes.
So coming back to the reason that I'm asking my questions about the community engagement on the EIR, I was looking at some of the letters that were received, the air quality issues, the asbestos removal, some of the toxics. I would like us to really be confident and really to know that we have a plan. I'm sure we do. I'd love to know what it is. In the sense, not just the soils, but in terms of the course of the removal. We have people living east of here. We have people using parks east of here. West of here is OPCC. We have city workers on site. So are we really confident that we can manage whatever environmental risks have been presented and communicate them proactively and confidently to the surrounding community?
Yes, as they said before, this project was specifically designed as much as possible to avoid that landfill area. So the site is very complicated. There's a whole host of issues. We have the methane monitoring probes, right. We have the USTs, we have lead, asbestos. And so we are very aware that this is a very, challenging site in terms of those issues. So we have contacted and worked with AQMD. They wrote us letters, as you saw in the EIR. So all of those requirements and those mitigation measures have been inputted into the EIR, and they are conditions of approval as required in the STOA as well. So we are confident that we can develop this site so long as those mitigation measures are adhered to.
Okay, because we've seen what happens when communities don't have the confidence that the mitigation measures are in place, and I want to make sure that we're really out there. Bike parking, I'm a little concerned that there's inadequate short-term bike parking, and also particularly since you're providing a community room for after-hours community use. There's also some, in the presentation, you said you're starting with, I think, 18 or 19 short-term bike parking spaces, but then in the report and the STOA, it says that it's going to get worked out later. I'm wondering if you're open to that commitment now, and also, given the TDM, if we look at the distance from the nearest transit stops to the entrance to the city yards, whether it's a bus stop or Bergamot Station, I think we ought to be anticipating the likelihood that somebody's going to hop on a scooter or a bike, an electric bike or a non-electric bike, but dockless mobility. And I would ask if you would be open to considering on the frontage of the site a plan for those vehicles as well as charging opportunities for them, because I can see those 18 spaces gone just with e-bikes and scooters alone.
Yes, I think we can definitely accommodate that. Again, what we were showing was meeting the required number of stalls. That doesn't mean the demand won't exceed what is minimally required by code. I think the city is encouraging its staff and users of their facilities to take alternative modes of transportation. Certainly we're seeing through the sharing, bike sharing programs that are out there and scooters and things like that, more of those types of trips to various locations. We would expect that this would be no different. And again, if there's a specific number or target that you would like to see, I think the team can certainly open to evaluating that.
I think the suggestion that I would make is look at what kind of uses you expect for the after-hours community room and aim to have sufficient short-term. I mean, how many of your employees do you expect to be using scooters and bikes to get from their transit stop to the site, and how many people do you expect to use the community room, and aim your short-term parking at those numbers instead? Lastly, and it's a more of a, I also share with Commissioner Fresco this question about these walls facing the street, and when I look at walls like that, I see opportunities for murals, which you've obviously taken up with the existing site, and I kind of would like to ask if there's a design possibility that if you you don't have windows facing the street, that it not be the blocked, or that you come up with some kind of public art program that actually, it could change over time. It doesn't have to be the same mural for 20 years, but something that will enliven the street, because it feels the pedestrian experience to me, I appreciate the zipper, but those blocks of buildings just, it feels highly institutional. And I think murals could bring color and community ownership, a sense of community ownership, if you get the nonprofits and the school groups to help produce those.
Right, and great comment, and something that we have certainly talked about quite a bit internally as with the city. Again, the reinforcement of that sort of modulation, that backdrop eddy,
Sure.
is something that we felt very strongly about. We've got the Bergamot Arts District that is just chock full of arts and opportunities right across the street. How, in a sense, how much is too much? Or is it okay to have some blank space where you don't have to have anything?
Or it's an outdoor gallery.
It could be an outdoor gallery. There's no reason it couldn't be, other than we're not envisioning that at the moment, but no reason that it couldn't be. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Commissioner McKinnon.
Commissioner McKinnon.
Yes?
I apologize, but can we maybe do the public comments?
I was about to say that
person wants to
myself.
go
I
home,
would
okay.
love to hear from the public comment.
Well,
And what interests me is that this was the architect of the building only last week.
No.
And here
Couldn't
you
get
are
enough
this
of you
week
guys.
as the public comment. Incognito, of course.
I know. I love
Right,
it.
we know who you are,
Troy Fossler, 608 Strand Street, and I came here to speak on behalf of my 2-year-old who loves to visit this site. As I've been to Gus's office many times, I know exactly where to get in and stand, and we wave hello to the parade of collection trucks and observe the fire training and et cetera. So I think there's a real learning opportunity here with city services, and to really celebrate that and express that and keep it visible. So I like the concept of the zipper, and I think that's a great start. I do side a little bit with the commission about some of the permeability and transparency between the different, I guess I don't know exactly what uses are along there, but if there's something interesting behind there, it would be great to see it. And finally, you guys have hired a great team. Miller Hole has a long history of kind of this loose expression of tectonics, and I think that can come through as they proceed into ARB and with the arts district across the street. So I think there's a great opportunity for public art here. It certainly should really embrace this arts district as opposed to being maybe something separate from it, in my opinion. But that's all. Thank you. And thank you for allowing me to jump
just
ahead of
writing
you.
down the loose expression of Teutonics. I think that was one of the coolest things I've ever heard, honestly. I'm not sure what it means, but I'm going to look it up afterwards. Right.
I think they're able to take architectural components, use them for what their utility is for, and not have to kind of synthesize everything into one move. So they celebrate that there are different things happening in the building and different functions occurring. And I think they'll get there as they work through our lovely process. So,
Which you've enjoyed a few times. Thank you very much
thank
for
you.
that comment.
hey, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you. So I was in the queue. Okay, good. So I'm not sure who to direct it to, and I think that's one of the issues, that normally we have a private developer who comes to us and takes us to the site and shows us around and explains what the value is of all the changes. That hasn't happened, and it's more than intensely disappointing. I think it's a miss, because I really don't understand what the changes are, and so that's the number one thing that's been going through my mind. We haven't disclosed anything because there was nothing to disclose. Second, we appear to have the architect taking the place of the client. But he's not the client. The person who's the client is the city. And so that puts more responsibility on us as the Planning Commission when the city comes to us and says, hey, we're doing this, but not only are we doing this, we're we're regulating the process. So we've got the planning department regulating the process of, is it public works or the architecture division? But actually it's outsourced to this private architect who's here. So you keep acting as if he's the client. He's not the client. And we have to regulate this. And so I'm a little uncertain as to who actually is presenting this evening on behalf of the city and who owns this project in the city. So that's the number one issue, and that's been one of the things to grapple with. Second, this is, of all places in the city, a super block, and we have been, as a planning commission, dedicated to breaking up super blocks wherever we see them and making for more permeability, more transparency, more movement through the site. And resolutely, you've said that's not possible. And I don't agree with that. And so the other thing that's been coming through is, oh, well, this is just package A. So don't worry about that. That's outside the scope. What I'm afraid of is tonight we'll close off options for package B and C, and we'll come back in a couple of years and you'll say, oh, no, that we can't do that. The parking is now where the parking is because you kind of agreed to that. And a point in context, when the Agensis site, now the Kite Pharmaceuticals, was being considered for DA, we wanted to move the building 10 feet to provide a bike passage from Michigan through to Stewart. The people at Agensis refused, and the then city manager turned to us and said, when the city yards are redeveloped, that's the moment you can create that connection through. And now we come to it and go, well, that's not part of the scope of this, so that won't be possible. There's got to be, on a site this big and so central around the train station, some permeability through to Gandara, through to Mountain View and to the east end of the city. It just has to happen, otherwise we retain this blockage for all time around the train station. And that's surely not what the train station was meant to be. Now, I understand that we are meant to be revamping the yards, and there are issues about revamping the yards, but we do seem to be blocking it. So that one of my issues is the issue that Commissioner Landis brought up, which was how do we create bike connectivity from Michigan, which is the start of the Mango, all the way down to this far end of the city. How do we create it through the site? So that's question number one. Two, are there any other ways of creating access to that site and access through the site? And I feel that the public comment was actually, well, my kid who's 2 likes looking at what you do on this. Can you create that? And that was actually quite striking. I thought that was quite an interesting point. But overall, permeability and transparency on that. And that leads to my next point. So when this was in prospect, when Bergamot was in prospect and we were thinking about the master plans and so on, Hines was also in prospect. And Hines produced a lot of housing close to a train station. Well, that's gone away, and it's gone away for a long time. Is there no possibility of some consideration of housing here? Now, I don't want to be the person who says affordable housing or homelessness should go in the city dump. That's not what I'm striking for. But we have a housing crisis and we have a homeless crisis. Is there no way we can put a building that takes up 4,000 square feet over 3 floors on that site? Because you have so little FAR being used for the considerations that, I mean, we do have Ocean Park down there, the Ocean Park Community Centre. There is high-end housing that's going to be going in there. Is there no possibility of this site being used for anything other than the city yards? Or is that just closed off? Because I feel as if tonight what's happened is every discussion that is raised, you very politely and very generously say, I'm sorry, that's outside the scope of Package A. We can't consider that. Like the parking issue that Commissioner Nina was talking about, that will be dealt with by a parking structure. How big's the parking structure? Does that remove all the parking? Does it block off access through? We don't know. It's outside the scope of this package. Then we hear over here, well, there's this conceptual master plan, could be revised as we go on. Yeah, in what direction? How's that going to happen? So I have some fairly fundamental issues right now when you present this to me.
Yeah, and I can maybe begin to address a number of those points. I think maybe representatives from the city will have to address some others. In terms of the uses and the connections, many of those through connection along that north edge from Stewart to Michigan to maintain that option, that connectivity, those were ideas that were studied at great length through the master plan process. There was an option of including Gandara Park and reconfiguring Gandara Park because now it has a relatively, we'll call it a minor aspect onto Stewart, and it's a very deep park. So the eyes from the street into the back of the park is a challenge. So we looked at a scheme that reoriented Gandara Park here, which would have opened it up more to Stewart and provided that connection through, but that obviously would require the basically replacement of the water facilities. Through discussions and meetings with the city, that was not basically not able to be accommodated within the long-range budget of the project, and we heard very loud and clear from the public that modifying Gandara Park in any way was not what the public wanted. So,
well, that's only because they're afraid you're going to take it away from them.
I can't comment on what their reason is, but it was very loud and clear.
They're afraid when the city comes and says, "Hey, dude, have we got a proposal for you?"
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and I guess my point is, the things that you're bringing up, the team has studied during the course of the project.
So trust you? You're from the government? Well, actually, you're not from the government.
That's not what I'm saying. I think your other point was very well taken. We're part of the design build team that is responding to direction and program and contextual concerns.
So
that
this does go to the heart of my question. Mm-hmm. So who's here from the city that owns the project and can speak for the city? So that, no, you're the regulator. So, no, she's right here. Okay.
In terms of the other uses that you suggested, alternative housing or affordable housing, other uses, I pulled up the master plan. You can see here that because of the number of vehicles, the type of circulation, the type of activity, this is an industrial heavy use site. Yeah. The idea of providing a alternate use like affordable housing is something that frankly was not part of the program of this site. Every inch other than the setback along Michigan was required for operational or site functions for the departments that are housed on the yards. There was a study at one point during the master planning process of incorporating parks onto this site so that could free up their existing space elsewhere in the city for other uses. But there was not enough area on the site to accommodate parks, and the decision was made at the time to keep parks where they were. And again, you can see here the site is pretty well filled up with the required functions and site circulation.
So how big will the parking garage be?
The number of the stalls on that we plan for?
I think it's studied at about, I think it was about 700.
Yeah, we looked at options 5 to 700 stalls. Yeah.
So that's, I mean, did you say there were 264 employees? So we've got 500 excess parking stalls. Is that right? Is that what we're studying? Or
for Bergamot.
The study at the time for the parking structure was to partner with the development of Bergamot and the adjacent development to provide some of the required or demand-generated parking from that use.
And they have about 260 sites of parking stalls on their site.
And again, I think that's a very conceptual, very, very conceptual, idea in terms of the numbers. So what we studied in the EIR was just, making some assumptions about accommodating, parking just for the yards. Like, again, it's complete state, not just package A, but also considering the arts center, future uses, and how that might come together. But there's really been, no funding or plan as to how that would even be built. Just to come back to the housing issue, also, I just wanted to point out that it's prohibited in the industrial conservation zone, so that's why there's not really any.
Yeah, so I understand that, but I mean, again, got this homeless crisis, and the problem we keep coming back to is where are we going to generate somewhere to at least take care of some of the people to get them off the street? And look, I know it's an industrial site. It's the last place in the world you would want to put people. But someone who needs a home needs a home. And that's the big crisis we actually have right at the moment. That everywhere else there are residents shouting at us, and we're going to have to deal with that. But, okay, so we've got this parking. I was under the impression that in the Bergamot station area that the person who's taken over the parking at the station would look after the parking on the station site itself. Is that now been shifted to our side of the road?
No, I mean, I think it's, and that's why it's
I know
hard to
it's
speak to
conceptual,
it.
but-
It's all very much in flux. You know, there is obviously council. There's I believe there's an ENA for the Art Center site with the Worth Group. You know, that is working with our colleagues in HED about, you know, what the Art Center site will become, and there's different options that are being looked at. Certainly, that is one, you know, discussion as to where that parking will be. This has just been a source of the conceptual discussion of, you know, if it was in this shared structure, what might that be? It doesn't mean that that's actually going to happen. Those kinds of decisions have not been made yet. It's all sort of just part of a conceptual discussion. And, you know, for the purposes of this master plan, we had to come up with kind of a number as, you know, what might be a sort of worst case scenario if all of the parking was accommodated on the yards and the Art Center site. But you know, I really couldn't give a concrete answer as to, you know, whether the parking will be on that site or it will be elsewhere right now, because it's really very early in those discussions.
Yes, but what's not early is you're asking us to approve this part of the package, and I keep coming back to my concern is that we approve this part and then that closes off options later on. Is there a TDM plan already written now? Because normally, again, when someone comes into the private developer, they've had the discussion with Mobility. Mobility is able to tell us chapter and verse, this is what's going to happen, here's the plan, this is how it's going to work.
That has not happened. There have been discussions between Mobility and Public Works, and ultimately it's a little more complicated than the typical developer situation because it's the city, and the TDM plan is connected. It's done through HR, so it's not done through Public Works or through Mobility, and there's a lot of discussions that still have to be done. But ultimately, prior to the issuance of building permits, that TDM plan will be completed. As the TDM plan for the city services building, it was a similar thing. It wasn't completed at the time of the planning commission hearing, and it was completed before the building permits.
Because it's pretty open-ended. I mean, you've got this, we might build a parking site down there of up to 700 spaces. I mean, I totally understand it's conceptual. We don't have a TDM plan, but we are 200 yards from the station. Now, when Crossroads came, and Commissioner Nina wasn't on the commission then, but I did monster that school about high TDM standards, cutting back on parking, and they didn't enjoy it, and they were forced to do some things that they didn't want to do. Why is it that when it comes to the city, we're not making those same requests and demands?
Well, the TDM plan is likely to be very similar to the city services building TDM plan. So there is a basic model that will be adjusted to be appropriate for the different location. But, you know, it's a requirement of the DR that plan be in place before building permits are issued.
And you can see on page 15 of the staff report, it's not that there is no TDM plan. At this stage of a project, just like any other project, what we have is a preliminary TDM plan that is a commitment to the requirements for this area, which is a AVR target of 2.2. The city is not absolved from its own rules in that regard. So, you know, as a developer, you know, of this site, and because of the amount of gross square footage that's being added, it does trigger the developer ordinance in the TDM plan. But as Liz indicates, this is, you know, we can't treat it the same as a private development from the perspective of this is administered not just through Public Works. This is an organization-wide, you know, effort that is initiated from HR. So the process is a little bit different, but the outcomes are expected to be the same.
Well, of course, that's not quite correct in the downtown. So let me go to page A141. It's about the number, I know this might seem completely esoteric, it's the number of bathroom stalls and restrooms that you've got in here. When I look at this, one of these buildings, it might seem like an odd question to you, but there are 4 female bathroom seats and there are 5 male and 6 urinals, I think. So is that a deliberate strategy to... What? What's that? What do you mean?
There should be twice as many women's stalls.
Oh, I see. No, but I'm actually asking the question for that very reason. why there isn't at least equality, and why, in fact, as the commissioners have pointed out, we don't have a preponderance of women seats.
Well, the answer to that is when the city provided the program, and obviously when you look at the numbers today, there is an outweighted number of men versus women working at City Yard's site. There are obviously Rosie's Girls, very active program targeting middle school age girls to get into these professions. It's a big part of this site. It's in Zipper Building number 2. So there is targets to begin to address that non-equality currently.
And
so
yet
the number of
yet for all time, you're going to have an unequal number of restrooms for women.
Again, as architects, we are responding to the program requirements for the project that were given to us by the city. I can tell you that those numbers were generated based on a projection into the future, not just the current
I assume it was
set.
men who gave you that.
Pardon?
I assume it was male directors that gave you that.
It was the city of Santa Monica.
No, I'm not being offensive about it, but you know what? I know. But so why wasn't it equal then? At least equal as a starting point. Why do we have this inequality towards male? I mean, I see it all the time. And I'm just trying to understand it.
Currently, there's a big disparity between the number of male employees versus female employees. Actually, this plan enhances the female employees. We've actually increased the showers and the bathroom stalls on the female side, hoping that in the future, the employment at the City Yards would increase on the female side.
So is it a 2-to-1?
No, it's not even that. It's like out of 100 employees, only 5 are female. That kind of,
well, it's an
right, that's the way it is today.
I've got women's and men's. What's that, sorry?
I'm sorry. I just was noticing, thank you for catching that, Commissioner, because we have state regulations respecting the provision. I mean, I don't see gender-neutral facilities here. I don't see, and I see shower stalls that are all common. I mean, I don't see. Maybe I'm missing it. I don't see a single-use shower stall or a single-use restroom on this site, which strikes me as exclusive by design.
There is the other building, which is...
Is there one?
This one up here.
Yeah, but I don't see a single use over there either. In other words, an employee who is uncomfortable showering in the presence of others for whatever reason, or using a restroom in the presence of others for whatever reason, has no option but to make a binary choice between men and women. That's not... It's almost 2019.
That's correct. So your read of that is correct. In the crew locker rooms, there is a female identifying locker room and a male identifying locker room. I'm not sure the reference drawing that you're looking at. I know in subsequent development, Zipper 1, which is the community amenity building, has a number of single, all-gender choices. So in that back bar, the Zipper tooth piece.
Yes, it's behind the lunchroom, right?
Behind the lunchroom, yes.
But again, I think Commissioner Landis's comment was there's not a single stall there that people who are not identifying either way can use. And I do have a fundamental objection that you are not at least striking for equality off the bat. These buildings have been here for 50 years. We are certainly hoping. I mean, at one stage, there were probably no women on the Planning Commission. And guess what? Women didn't serve in the military, and now they do. And so I find it extraordinary that the City of Santa Monica is not leading on this.
I don't disagree with your comments at all. If
so
that's a direction that the city would elect us to study, I would say that we can certainly do that. I would think it would be the right thing to do.
I think it's something you've absolutely got to do. I am expecting you as the person doing the fronting here to go, that's what we're going to do.
Again, I don't disagree. Our responsibility as architects is to meet the needs of the program, which is what you've seen before you here. That would be a change in the program. Again, we would be open as architects to looking at that change.
So who is directing you with the program? There is no program that exists floating out there that sort of puts it down. So that's your responsibility? Okay, so what's your view about it?
Well, I don't disagree with you, but if we're going to open this building in the next 2 years, and we have got a lot more male employees than female employees, we've got to provide facilities. It would be discriminating for the men when they see empty bathrooms with only 2 women using 10 stalls, and you've got 100 men with 10 stalls. It's more of a practical thing we've done. In fact, we've made the design in such a way that in the future, when there's more women, they can move the walls, or we're going to have to renovate to be able to move the walls so there'll be more locker room space in the female side as it is today. In fact, this design enhances the female locker rooms, hoping that we hire more females in the future
May I just add something?
compared to the existing facility.
I think we're talking about something different. And we're talking about somebody who identifies not necessarily with either sex and having a specific bathroom and shower for that person.
Okay.
I think we're doing both.
Literally.
Both ends.
Okay.
Let's,
the building does have
let you
some,
finish here.
what I call it gender neutral or unisex.
Exactly, right. Mhm.
Certain buildings have it right now, but we're more than, I mean, design is here, but we can still make changes. We're in design development.
Also, when Bob Myers was city attorney 1,000 years ago when I was young, I believe, and I don't know if it's still in the books, there was an ordinance that allowed men or women to use the opposite sex bathroom if theirs was full. Yes. Is that still in the books? So you're too young.
I remember that.
Is that still in the books?
You don't need a law, you just walk into the bathroom.
Well, yeah. Citizens arrest.
You are such a strong woman, Commissioner Anderson. Yeah. Okay, so...
Richard, keep going.
My final comments are directed towards the architecture that you've said is incredibly elegant, which I noticed that the ARB had some issues with. I think the description was several members of the ARB. I don't find it as elegant as you have made it out to be. I find it quite bland, and I think the cinder block reference that you make is one thing, but it does have the look of extreme institutional, almost, how best to put it, 50s bureaucratic features. And I know that's subjective, but I'm allowed to be subjective about it. And I think on one side of the road, you're going to have the Bergamot station, which will be revamped into a major league art centre with a hotel and various other bits and pieces and the art galleries. And the private developers who spent $35 million on buying that are going to do something considerable. And on the other side, you've got this wall that you don't want to open up to allow people to look in, and it's this repetitive block as it marches along the street. And I don't think that's as strong as it can be. And I hear what you were saying about the blocks doing 2 sides. But nonetheless, I think it needs to be looked at.
Okay, and again, we've heard similar comments from ARB and others.
Including my colleagues here.
Yes, exactly. And I think at some level it is subjective. In response to your reference of it being kind of a 50s rigorous thing, I would say thank you. We think that would be a compliment. Obviously, the subjective nature of that makes it such that other people might not read it that way. In terms of the openness, if that's what a window in that wall is trying to do, when we look at the edge of Michigan, there's 50% plus opening along the length of Michigan by those courtyards, and the modulation, again, that rhythm of solid void we feel very strongly about. That being said, it's not out of the question to look at some other alternatives here, which we can certainly do. ARB has asked us to do that, and when we go back before ARB, I think in early January is the target, we will have those studies and be able to show the options that are available. We think this meets the intent of the code. We think it's a beautiful backdrop to a vibrant art center in a street. Not everything has to be foreground. There has to be some background in our urban environments in order for the foreground elements to have the effect that they're intending to have. That's our personal opinion. That's what led us to this solution. Again, we feel like this solution is compliant. We feel like it's beautiful and it's elegant. We understand that there are other opinions on that we've committed to studying options for.
I think I'd be disappointed if you didn't feel it was as good as it could be. But nonetheless, there's a difference of opinion here.
Correct. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Anderson.
Can you just walk us quickly through the entry court and kind of what the concept or what you were trying to achieve with the entry court is?
Sure. I'll go to the, the more enlarged plan. So I should note that we're working with Spurlock, landscape architect, on the development of this. So the idea there was to provide a variety of scales of spaces in that entry courtyard, a clear path into the front of the front door of the admin building, providing routes, accessible routes from the future parking area and the currently proposed short-term parking area into the site, and then just a variety of scales of spaces in and around different seating opportunities for vegetation to begin to provide some shade in that area. The paving pattern that you see here, there was an idea to take the east-west linear nature of Michigan and begin to bring that into the site and allow that to begin to organize some of the internal site circulation.
So people parking in the small lot there would, to get to the admin building, just either come all the way kind of south there?
That's
or
right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep, either along this edge and across here or along here and into the entry plaza.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's nice to kind of force them into the plaza so they're not just going right into the building. And then how deep in can a member of the public get into the site? Are we seeing it right there, or?
Yes. So in a normal, like say, a normal working day, the site would be secured really through the yellow lines, either by the zipper buildings themselves or by the fence at the courtyard along Michigan Edge. The building itself, there would be a site security line here, a fence. And then what this is showing is the public front door to the entry lobby of the admin building. So that would be open and accessible. Beyond that yellow line, you would need to be either a city employee or to be escorted back. And then again, this line doesn't really exist as a security line. That would be, of course, open to the Michigan Street edge, the public right-of-way.
Okay.
And then again, importantly, at night that changes and allows the public to utilize Zipper 1 and the courtyard between Zipper 2.
Voila.
Yeah, voila.
Okay, I think I have a question for city staff, which is a little bit along the lines of Commissioner McKinnon's questions, which is, right, like when we have when the applicant is a private party, we spend time up here negotiating with them about potential changes to their development. Like, are you authorized to agree to some of the things that we're interested in asking, or is this going to be more of a recommendation? I guess I'm just thinking like some of the things that I write more short-term bike parking, the fence along the Gandara Park. I'm surprised I'm the one. Maybe you're going to bring up EV charging stations and more EV charging. So I guess I'm just curious about how that's going to work, given that the city's the applicant.
We could accommodate. It's all cost driven. The city council approved a $114 million budget with a set scope for package A. So there is flexibility in asking, because design is not at 100% construction documents. We're at design development. We could accommodate some of these requests, recommendations in the plan.
Okay.
May I just follow up for 1 second?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Does that mean we ask tonight and you go away and bring it back to us? Or does that mean we put a series of recommendations down if we move this and it gets incorporated going forward? I mean, how do we know that if anything we ask for this evening gets done? Again, if this was a private developer, they would have this crossed, the T would be crossed and the I would be dotted.
So this is the same process that it's a development review permit. At the end of the day, I recognize it's a little unusual because you have, one arm of the city as the applicant, but it's, implemented, enforced just like any other development review permit. So if there's agreement, on behalf of the applicant to accept, whether it's the bike parking, the fence, what have you, those kinds of enhancements, those will either be included either as conditions or they're part of the project description, and it would be included. So there's not any difference, in terms of how those project elements are going to be incorporated into the project.
Wait, I cut off Commissioner Anderson. I apologise.
Actually, Nina, Commissioner Fresco's next.
I guess I would just take this. I'm trying to figure out if I should be providing feedback. Yes. Yes? Okay. So I guess just, I thought it was interesting that Troy talked about bringing his child on site, right? So I think it would be great to think about whether there would be a way to push the public visual access all the way through to the other side of the admin building so that people could look out into the site and see the goings on. So that's just one thought. I need to express my opinion about the zipper and Michigan Avenue, which is just I like the CMU walls. I also feel like there's a nice opportunity with visual permeability between the buildings to kind of potentially see into what's going on in those buildings because of the glass walls on the east-west side. So I would encourage, you were talking about whether it would just be a fence or whether it would be some kind of green wall. Maybe the green walls intermittently might be interesting, but I think I would encourage the city to be restrained in using the green walls or using tall landscaping, because I think it is adding interest to be able to see through into the site and then into those buildings. And then the other idea I would just throw out is in thinking about the art piece, whether there's something to do, whether there's an opportunity to do something that's visible from the freeway.
It's not a big flag.
It does have a big flag. It does have a big flag. But you could work, I don't know, some guy climbing up that flagpole.
If I may just respond to a few of your comments, that was indeed the intent, that view through that fencing, you would be seeing through into the activity within each of those zipper teeth. So thank you for mentioning that. In terms of the views through that permeability through the admin, this area that we've shown here at the lobby, that is a 30-foot wide zone that there's glazing on the south side of that building too. The front part or the north part is the lobby. There's a reception area here, backdrop screen, and then on this side are the dispatchers that actually work with the staff that are going out in the city vehicles on their rounds. So, and this is completely glazed here. So, depending on the nature of that backdrop, the more that becomes screen-like or goes away. That opening, there is a glass opening or that 30-foot wide swath that would provide views in through the lobby of the building to the working yards.
That's great. I think it'd be even more awesome if they could get all the way to the glazing. Obviously, there's a program issue, but thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Fresco.
Just to pick up on that, I'm all for that. As I mentioned earlier, I took my 2-year-old to the yards quite a bit in the day. I'm still pretty concerned about Michigan Avenue and the walkability and the fact that it's a bike and pedestrian street, and if Bergama ever recovers from what it's going through, it should be a great place. And I feel like our responsibility as the Planning Commission is to always make sure every street is addressed as if it's going to be a place, and hope that some of them catch on and turn into neighborhoods and zones. And of course, our loose tells us to do that even in the Industrial Conservation District. Ground floor uses along the street are encouraged to place pedestrian entrances, storefronts, and offices along the front face of the building to create pedestrian interest. So that's not solid walls and fences. I felt, frankly, I mean, prison came to mind for me when I saw, I mean, the drawings are very conceptual, so I, you know, honestly, but also today when I went on my tour of Michigan Avenue, even though there's industrial buildings on the north side of the street, there's a lot of interest and variation in different roofs and colors, and it looks fun and arty, and this is not going to add anything to that. And towards the east end, there are workshops where you can actually, I looked in the window and I saw a carpentry shop, and I thought, oh, that's cool. I could have picked up my 2-year-old and shown him that. No wonder he's in engineering school now.
Commissioner Frisco, but I think that what's interesting, though, is that because there's so much glazing on the east-west side that you will be able, right?
I think it's obscure.
You do?
I
Okay.
do.
Those buildings are all storage.
Well, that's how they're arranged now. That's just
With the storage in the back.
Yeah, it's arranged now. I mean,
Right.
I'm sure he's clever enough to
So from the functional
line.
standpoint, the solid part of the zipper tooth essentially wraps around here until you see the jog. That is the storage, in general, the storage function for each of these departments. So racks of paint
Right.
cans and things
well,
like
our
that.
Loose, yeah,
The-
isn't. I understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mean to cut you
Okay.
off. I don't want to make you explain it if I get it, unless you guys need it. Yeah, I just feel like storage isn't really the right function right on the street, and I just really need a lot more activity there. It's just really not where the uses, I think, belong on a street. The other thing I'm concerned about a lot is having, I mean, this is, well, I guess it's in our scope today because it's right on the left edge there, is the idea of trash trucks entering Michigan Avenue and going halfway down. Right now, they all turn on 24th Street. Is that what that little street right behind the gas station? And they all go in the back, and you're shaking your head. They don't all do that?
Yeah, and I think
Oh,
what
yeah.
Joel's saying is that, again, some of them come off Michigan into the drive either at the west end or the east end of Michigan. The majority of them do go down 24th, come around and up through Delaware. What we're proposing here allows them to do that as well. And again, that's where my comment earlier about that becoming an operational driver, what route they're going to take in and out. What we were asked to do is provide multiple entries in and out. We are going from really 2 vehicular entries along Michigan to the single entry to try to address some of those concerns. And then that entry connects in a direct route down to the new entry on Delaware.
So we're not bringing more of that. It's not an increase of that, because
Correct.
that whole idea of that being a shared street or a complete street with bikes and garbage trucks, it seems a little frightening. A whole new level of adventurism. So those, I guess, there's just so many things. On-site bikes, can they be electric? Maybe people will really use them if they're super fun. So, there's a lot for the ARB to do in terms of making this bringing this to the same high standards we hold every applicant to. We're very picky around here. So, I feel like we really need to be setting the stage for this to become a place, just in case, like I said, a bonfire goes off and it catches on. So.
Talking specifically about Michigan Avenue.
Michigan Avenue, I feel like we're missing an opportunity to add something fun. And the other thing was, it said in the EIR about the murals that they be photographed for possible reproduction in a large format, which sounded like a really cool idea to me. We read different parts of the EIR. That was a cool idea.
I believe Cultural Affairs is actually doing that.
And where are they going to be?
We can come back with information because they own the artworks and they are going to photograph it, record it. And I'm not sure if they're going to take and keep some of them or store some of them, but that's what's happening to the existing artwork.
And the relief thingamajiggers, I don't know what, panels, which are in terrible condition, but which are super cool. I mean, those could help your facades on Michigan Avenue. Just saying. And we already have them.
I think the size of those, they are relatively manageable in terms of being portable. And if there's a desire to reuse those within the facility, we can obviously find some opportunities within the publicly accessible areas to make those features. So,
I spent time with them today, but I've also enjoyed them in the past. So I would really like to see them reused.
yeah, we agree. We think they're cool. They need a little love, and
They need
a
some.
new home.
Some of them look like the bottom's about to fall off, and only one of them I have a little issue with the content historically. But that's. I said that for you. Okay. Okay, I'll take another turn.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Launders.
I have a motion, but I want to ask a question on the way to that motion. I share Commissioner McKinnon's concern bordering on frustration about the bike path connection and the potential loss of a bike path connection. And I looked up the NACTO and DOT rules. Is it your position that there are not 10 feet available to put in a bike path connecting Stewart and Michigan? I mean, we're not talking about, a 25-foot right-of-way. We're talking about the DOT guidelines say 10 feet. It's got to be 8 feet for a two-way bike path, and you got to have, a foot on either side. And the minimum legal distance is 10 feet railing to railing or wall to wall, which is really what we're talking about. I'm struggling to hear that that's not possible.
So what I can tell you is that the water building that you see here in blue is existing.
Okay.
The backside of this building is existing. You can begin to see it jogs in a little bit here. This is, I believe, 4.5 feet currently between those two buildings, maybe 5.5. I don't recall exactly. It's not 10. So the
and what about on the south side of what about on the Gondara Park side of the parking lot? Right there. Yep.
Right in there.
Yeah.
That currently
you
is public parking, yeah.
It's
right.
parking for Gandara.
Okay. So the point of a bike path, you can bike through a parking lot. That's legal.
Yeah.
So
again,
do we not
have
have 10 feet there? No, we don't have 10 feet anywhere there.
Because of the circulation, which is in the connections that are required, you can see the paths here. So can we create 10 feet as a straight shot here?
Yeah.
Yes, we probably could. Then there would be issues of crossing that 10 feet with heavy vehicles, trash trucks, twice a day.
Okay.
So there's a safety issue there that we were, was one of our primary project goals, that we're trying to avoid that kind of direct interaction.
They're visible. I mean, I think bicyclists can avoid. Okay, so here's where my motion is going. I don't know. I like to think that I can see vehicles headed in my direction when I'm on a bike. I hope I do. I'm in trouble if I don't. My motion is that I'm going to move that we continue this. I feel like the changes that we're requesting out of, if nothing else, out of respect for the city, that isn't going to sit and make these decisions the way a private applicant might on the spot. I think we want to give you the chance to take these inquiries and back and give us an actual answer. What would everything from the bathroom reconfiguration, I'm looking and I'm seeing, there's an ADA shower that you could make a single-use shower that wouldn't be a problem, but it sounds like whether or not you may not be able to say yes. We have a question about the bike path. We have questions. So my motion is that we continue and that we come up with some specific items that we'd like you to come back to us with, because it's 11 o'clock at night, and
I would second that, but I'd like to say something.
Yeah.
Ever since this came to my attention a few days ago, I'm very uncomfortable prescribing how you should proceed, because I am not a public works or city yards expert. I would not even begin to try to reprogram what you put on this site. I don't know if those Michigan Avenue buildings are the best for storage or there's someplace else on the site. I don't know that, and I doubt that any of us do either. So I really have to trust you in terms of programming this site. The site is the first thing I always think of, is those of you who know me, is housing. You couldn't find a more undesirable site for housing than this. If nothing else, the soils, the noise, the whatever. So I hate to bring this up, but the city got a lot of flack for the cost of that building going up next door. I don't want to get so carried away with design and reprogramming and this and that we get the same kind of public. And I know that money's not supposed to. Well, I don't know. I just think that you've got a budget of $120 million or whatever it is. I don't want to push you into the ozone layer beyond that with what we're asking you to do. And personally, you guys are better visionaries than I, because I have a real hard time envisioning Michigan as being a major pedestrian thoroughfare. I'm not sure where people are going to from. 26th Street is like a freeway. And if people are like walking down 26th and up Michigan to get to Bergamot, I pity them. 26 is not pedestrian friendly. And so I just have a really hard time envisioning that maybe 10 years down the road it'll be a totally different situation. Personally, I like the zipper buildings on Michigan. I think the break in them with the courtyards is good. I love cinder blocks because I love 50s architecture. I have no problem whatsoever with that. I think putting some artwork on the walls would be a step in the right direction. But I have no objection whatsoever to cinder blocks. I had many bookcases in college made with cinder blocks, and it brings it all back to me. So thank you.
Yeah, that's friendly in the sense, but I don't think either of us is asking for a reprogramming of the site. I think we're looking at the community context and some of the use issues that we would like to see addressed. Even if you come back next time and you say the answer, we looked at it, we just can't do it, then we've got to make a decision. But I don't feel comfortable speculating, and precisely because of what happened with the City Services Building and because of the public conversation about what's happening at the Civic, that A precludes B, precludes C. I'd like us to have this conversation more in it. Right. Well, no, I mean, I'd like us to be able to do this. I'd also like to know from Heidi whether we would be permitted to be invited for ex parte conversations that include visits to the site at this point, or whether the fact that this hearing has commenced means that we cannot without, because I would like to see the site.
So if you were to continue this hearing, you would be permitted to have ex parte discussions, and including a site, so long as they are disclosed under your rules of order. And just quickly, if I may, give you some thoughts to consider while you're deliberating on questions you may have of city staff if you are asking them to come back with things. I do want to remind the commission that you are reviewing simply a development review permit. I know that the EIR is a factor as well, but the permit that is pending before you is a development review permit, which has to do with the scale and massing and the location of the buildings. So it's very unusual for you to get into certain issues such as the bathrooms. Those are more of a building code issue. So I just wanted to remind you of that sort of thing, and then also the bike. The issue of adding a bike path that is not necessarily related to this project. That would be something that you would not normally ask of an applicant to do, because you would have to make sure that there was a sufficient nexus between what is being proposed and the purpose of the bike path. So those are just a couple things for you to consider while you're discussing what you would like to have city staff come back to you with.
If I may, I think the question that Commissioner McKinnon raised, for me, I think establishes the nexus, and I want to clarify, which is that we do not want to, I certainly don't want to vote to approve a package that will foreclose an option, and I think asking the question up front and giving the applicant the opportunity to reflect on it and could decline to answer, but I believe that I actually would like to hold the city to the standard, to our aspirational standard here, and have that, make sure we're doing this right.
So I think that is a slightly different question, so thank you for clarification. So it's a different question on foreclosing the possibility of one being built in the future and requiring one to be built through this phase.
Okay. But I'd love it to be, I mean, we ask applicants to volunteer things all the time, so I'm asking the applicant to volunteer that.
Okay, well, I think we have a motion on the floor. We have a second, and we've been
I'm sorry, was there a second?
Yes.
So, Leslie, just to clarify, it didn't sound like you were in support of the motion, or you are in support of the motion?
I think, in deference to my fellow commissioners, if there are enough questions about it, I will defer to that. If 4 people don't want to continue, that's fine too.
Okay.
Okay. So let me put in some perspective to this. First of all, it seems like you've been up here just being pummeled by these evil commissioners, and having sat where you've sat and where you've sat, it's not a good feeling. So let me add some good feelings to this equation. First of all, I love the photovoltaics on the roof. Finally, finally, this is the only, in all the years that we've been doing this, this is only the second net zero building we have.
And he's a hard man to please, I can tell you on this
So,
subject, right?
so, and I think it's great the way you're doing it, and I think it's wonderful that the city is going down that road that we will all have to go down. And I love it that Public Works is leading the parade. Isn't that the most awesome thing? You'd think the school district would be ahead. No, they're kind of lost. You'd think that, private developers, no, they're lost too, but Public Works, very cool. So that's the first thing. Second thing, you've gotten a lot of feedback here on all different levels. And I think this feedback fits into the idea that nobody can design a perfect building. It just can't be done. But you can get closer when you get a lot of feedback, when you get a lot of people saying, well, have you tried this? Can you push this? And I think you've gotten a lot of that in this direction. And obviously there are some limitations to where we want to go with it conceptually as a planning commission. But I think we are getting closer to a perfect building, or better building. And we've had a lot of interesting ideas that I wish you would consider seriously. And like Commissioner Launders says, if it doesn't work, or if it has just such built-in problems, but I think one of the ideas that's really key is the idea that anything we could do today in package A should not preclude things that might be valuable in package B or C. So unfortunately, you almost have to design package B or C in a very rough way, and saying, when we do that bike path, this is where it's going to go. That's just the way it is. I do agree completely with Commissioner Lambert. We're way in over our heads here. We are not civil engineers. We are not operations engineers, but we do know some things. And one is, we only get to do this every 50 years. Think about it. So what is this city going to look like in 50 years? Another way of asking it, in the Public Works universe, what is the growing edge of that universe, and what is the shrinking edge of the universe? Are there going to be more trash trucks 50 years from now, or less trash trucks? And if there are more, where are we going to put them? Or are they just going to run faster? They're going to run day and night. These are the kinds of questions that I assume you've already built into your program, and you say, what's the city going to look like? What's the Public Works portfolio going to look like in 50 years? We're designing for that. So I think, again, it's beyond our knowledge, but we do want to make sure that that's baked into this cake, that it's a very long-term vision, because it's, we're not going to get to do this very often. So we have a motion. I'd like to see if there's any discussion.
Yeah, I guess I don't support the motion. I agree with the thoughts that you've just shared, Commissioner Fundamenardi, or Chair Fundamenardi, and Commissioner Lambert, in terms of what this site is. It sounds like the consultant team has worked very closely with the city and the yards to figure out what the needs are and to build a program that fits those needs. I think the things that we've identified that we would like to see adjusted are all relatively small, and that it doesn't warrant sending the team away to redo drawings and to come back. I'm a little confused about the bike path idea because, while I agree really strongly with what Commissioner McKinnon said about the benefit of and our overall goals about breaking down super blocks, I do feel like this is a really challenging super block to break down because of the safety concerns, right? And there is a bike path, right, like half a block away. So I start to wonder, right, like making Michigan a complete street, I get that, but a bike path through to Stewart when there's already a bike path over there right next to Expo, it seems redundant to me, so close. So I would not support the continuance, I would support the project, and I would move approval of the project.
Okay, so that's a substitute motion.
Sure, that's a substitute motion. I would substitute motion to move approval of the project.
Okay, is there a second? Going once, going twice. Okay, no second, so unfortunately it dies.
The only reason I'm going for a continuance is so that we can do a site visit. That's the only reason in the world. I mean, I have no intention of redesigning this project or reprogramming the site. I think it would just be a really good thing if we could visit the site and hear your thoughts about why things are going where they are.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion?
Yeah. And Commissioner Nina wanted to say something.
Go ahead.
Since I've been a big whiner, sorry. I just wanted to clarify that really when I drill down and look at this, most of my comments have to do with the way it relates to the street and the public right-of-way and the park. And really it's about making the street more pedestrian and addressing our goals for that and for making the park feel less like it's making the edge of the dump look less dumpy and more like, so the park doesn't have chain link with it's literally chain link and barbed wire around that park.
We can fix that.
It's not, so those are for all those complaints. That's really what it came down to when I simplified.
May I respond?
Sure.
Sure. We can fix the park issue. And your concern about if you accept this design tonight, it precludes the future on package B and package C later. It doesn't. You're only approving package A. Okay. We have a separate project, the water resources building. We could revisit the bike path and try to create that 10-foot lane so you can go through Michigan in between the water. We can look at that. We're in the very, very, very early stages. Ideas popping out. We're going to have to do a community meeting for that project. We could look at it then. You approving design today doesn't preclude future on package B or package C. Okay, I just wanted to put it out there. And you approving tonight doesn't also preclude you from visiting the site. We could schedule a
I think we
site.
feel more comfortable if we've seen the site before we act.
Okay.
Commissioner McKinnon.
Yeah, so I'm going to support the continuance. Obviously, all of you have heard the frustration here this evening, and I think it's about the process as much as anything, which is there's no clear person running this, and we've ricocheted backwards and forwards. Well, we could do this, or we might do this, or we might think about it. Just keep moving it ahead. On this project of all projects, just like 4th, 5th in Arizona, we're the determining authority because the city is the developer and the city is also the regulatory authority. We have to take a greater standard of care, it seems to me, even if ultimately we just approve the things that are on the site. And so we do need to visit the site. We need to take a closer look at it. There are things that have been identified. More bike parking. You said, well, we did code. We don't do code here. We do what we need to do here, which is a lot more bikes.
We would do more bikes.
What level? And that's the issue. you keep saying we'll do things, and I keep going, okay, what will you do? And so that's one issue. The permeability of the site is another. That's actually really what you're asking for. And when you talk, Commissioner Anderson, about the lack of a need of a bike path because it parallels the bike path, you don't ride a bike because otherwise you wouldn't question that. And I'm not being offensive. I'm just saying bikes flow like water through the ways they can move. If you come from the east end of the city and you flow through onto Michigan, you're going in a different direction. You're going down towards Crossroad, you're into Mango, you're heading down that way. The other bike path takes you down Stewart into a different flow, and you flow along Olympic and you flow away from that area. And the whole issue here is to create greater accessibility to the station for the east end of the city. People will walk through that area. It's one of the issues about the superblock thing is we've walled it off, so you're pushing people down Stewart and along, and I keep wanting to break that up as much as possible. I would like to see the TDM program, and I understand what you told me this evening is there are internal political issues involved with employee industrial arrangements and so on and so forth, but the city's got to hold itself to the standard of reducing car usage and AVRs of 2.2, and I think it's going to be really difficult down there. And the thought that we're going to create a garage of 700 stalls down there to accommodate what's on this site and potentially other, that's a troublesome idea for me. The EV charging, what was that? The EV charging stations that we were talking about, I think that was you, Commissioner Landis, that would be great to see in it. So there's a sequence of things and a package of things. I don't think that they change a $120 million package to $185 million. They might change it to $125 and $200,000. And you can rearrange it. There's also an issue, though, on the edges, and that was what you were alluding to, right round. If the superblock can't be broken up, can't be permeable, we need to do more when we face Gandara and the Mountain View. We need to do more on Michigan. The reality is Michigan and Bergamot are going to change. We've already seen at least one high-end block of accommodation that in that little triangle on the other side of 26th Street come. And it is, in fact, our intention, it's our stated aim in the Bergamot plan to put more housing in this area, to stack it up. And so we want Michigan to rise to a higher standard as we renovate the area. So that's why I'm going to support it this evening, and I think we should get a list and put it to you and see when we come back whether that can be accommodated. And I will not retreat from the bathrooms. I know you think I'm crazy, but we need to have some single stalls which are available to everyone. I do not believe we're doing justice if we create an inferior set of standards for women. And if you have to put more males and then build the female up to that, that's what we should be doing. I mean, after all, it's just unacceptable not to do that.
Okay. Just very quickly, I want to say to Commissioner Anderson's point that Commissioner McKinnon mentioned, there's nothing more frustrating, living on that side of town, there's nothing more frustrating than hopping on your bike and coming up Stewart and seeing the rails come down, seeing the rails come down for an approaching metro train. So water flows. And if we can give people the opportunity to make a left turn, as people sometimes do through Agencies into Bergamot, right? So that's why we need more of those types of bike paths. Yes, on the bathrooms, but also the shower stalls. We need to do both, not just about. That's part of it. Yeah. That's for the KRB.
Okay, I think we've reached an organic limit here. So we have a motion on the floor. I'd like to call the question, and all those in favor of continuing. We should do a roll call. Commissioner Anderson?
Commissioner Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon?
Yes.
Chair Fonda Bernardi?
Yes. Okay, so that concludes this particular item. There are just a few loose ends here, which is, can you all send me future agenda items? Because that would be better sent if you can send it to me by mail, email that is, if I can get to it. And like a motion to adjourn.
Well, I think, we're not sure, is this the last meeting for City Planner Jing. I mean, you're going to miss a lot if you don't have these sort of meetings to look forward to on a Wednesday night, don't you think? I could see how much you were enjoying it here this evening.
I'm planning on being here at the first meeting in January.
Oh,
but
well, let's
we'll
make
see.
an effort to be here then.
Okay.
Are we allowed to send baby gifts, or is that against the law?
What? Didn't you take that ethics?
It's reportable.
Did you not
Is
do
it
your ethics
reportable?
training?
I'm not sure. It's okay. It's just among us. I've been told I can't buy staff members lunch.
If they're multifactorially authenticated, then
Your
it's
well
fine.
wishes are very much appreciated.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I thought we knew what gender it was.
We're still on TV.
Yeah. Excellent.
So moved. Adjournment. Somebody else didn't do it. Yeah.
Okay. We're
With
moving.
And
best
happy
wishes
holidays
for the
to
New Year's.
everyone.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Happy
And
holidays.
And thank you for the pen.
Thank you, Mario.
Sure. You're welcome.
Somebody finish these Girl Scouts.
I've texted me.